Hello, bigots. Good morning. Happy Monday. You bunch of bigots. Bunch of creation tards. Today, I named it Atheist Tears. I'm going to look at a couple things. I did see a video from Neil Teich Mustache. His take on war. He's going to give a take on war. We better listen up. We're going to look at that maybe in the end. There was a new video. I just don't think he's relevant enough. Matt Dillahunty's so boring, dude. Like, apparently he made some video and he, like, got in a little spat with that British guy who eats eggs with a tiny spoon. And both of them, the combined lackluster energy of Alex O'Connor and Matt Dillahunty. This is like a ladybug is more exciting than the both of them. So I don't know if I should, put you guys through that. Thank you, Suzanne. Yes, send me money. That's correct. That's the correct answer. Multiple choice. That's always the answer. But I'll give you a little background on this current thing. People are reaching out to debate me from all sides, and I'm not debating until after Lent, but someone reached out to Speakeasy, and Speakeasy messaged me, oh, there's this dude who wants to debate you, and they present evolution versus creationism. And I've covered this before. Not only is that not a proper dichotomy, but the amount of time it takes to defend, for one of these people to defend evolution, obviously you've seen.
Did you know that in some Africa countries they are cutting bald men's heads open because they might find gold in them?
Yes, I thought about that. And I was like, do I want to stream? Is this what my job should be? Could I take a trip there? Because if that's real, I don't know. Maybe just take one trip and see. It'd be cool if you animated Dillamonkey clip. It's so unwatchable. I tried. I put it on 1.25 even. He's just an old, decimated, sad man. It's like why? I don't even know why atheists are listening to him at all. My chemicals made me do it. Yes, have your chemicals do that. There could be gold. I mean, it's actually possible. Yeah, I mean, our blood has gold in it. Blood has all kinds of metal in it, so. Wrong. JB, speak. What? Oh, Speak Easy reached out to me. Okay, fair enough. Whatever, dude. This is what we're dealing with. Autistic people. I don't know. The point is, you came with a prompt. Now, I want to say something first. People like you, Aiden, what do you have, 40 people following you? 102. You have 102 people following you. You guys don't understand the social aspect. You have no leverage. You don't get to determine prompts in your favor. You don't get to do that. No one owes you a debate. You're anonymous. You don't even show your face. You don't stream. And you're like out of the woodworks. These people are like, no, this is the prompt I'm doing. No, it's not. That's not the prompt, little guy. You have no leverage. You didn't earn anything, right? These people come out of the woods. Debate me on this. No. How about no? How about earn some leverage?
Why do atheists look like atheists and Christians look like Christians?
I don't know. There is a physiognomy thing that's for real. I just don't understand how it happens. Are you familiar with the Catholic dogma of the Immaculate Conception? And do you have good reasons why we don't believe it? Sorry, off topic. Yeah, that's just a distinction that kind of just, it's a change in the view. It's a difference in the view of what, I guess, what sin ends up being. But no, that's not a, I mean, we can cover that at the tail end maybe to get into that. That's a little bit, that's not something that I'm going to cover at the foreground of this stream. But maybe at the end I'll get into that. But there's a whole list in addition to that, the Catholic dogma. You can run down the list of Catholic dogmas that are alterations, essentially, from Orthodox dogma. My chemicals made me made up my whole worldview. Well, that's true from your view. Okay. I don't know who's talking shit about Speakeasy. I like Speakeasy. The point is, this dude Aiden comes out of the woods, and these people think they have anybody owes them anything. You guys have to understand something, for you atheist debaters, and this would be true for Christian debaters if they come out of the woods like this. If you don't debate, if you're not like someone who ongoingly debates and people know you on these platforms, asking people, one, to platform you with 102 subs is already asking a lot. Second, coming at somebody like a moderator like Speakeasy, or coming at me like a debater like me with 102 subs, demanding that prompts be in your favor, like you have any say in the matter. No, dude, if you want to debate, take the prompts that are offered to you. Try to defend evolution, dude. You guys can't. You can't debate. You can't defend it. And that's why you want to muddle it. That's why Guts at Gibbon, they want to make it some sort of dichotomy. So when they're completely without words to defend it, they go, well, you defend creationism. It's not even the same paradigm. This is what they do. They go, okay, we'll defend evolution under the naturalist paradigm, and you have to defend creationism under the naturalist paradigm. How about that, Jim Bob? Does that sound like a good deal? No. No, that's not a good deal. That's not even the same type of debate. They always expect the Christian to grant them naturalism as the means which, through the lens, we're going to look at reality. I reject that off the bat, dude. So stupid. It's almost like they're too dense to understand that their paradigm, they think their paradigm is just reality. They're like, no, I don't have a paradigm. It's just what's true. That's the thing that's interpreting data. That's the thing that's going to interpret the evidence, as you say. Just endlessly wants to attack other people's ideas. No, it's not just other people's ideas. I practice my ideas, okay? You still don't understand it. How are you going to cross-examine my worldview if your worldview can't justify cross-examining worldviews? It's you, Giggle Man, who can't defend evolution, who refuses to. From what lens are you going to cross-examine my worldview anyway? You don't even know. You don't even know. You probably believe that everything you believe is determined anyway. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. You're the one who doesn't want to debate me on evolution. You can't defend evolution. And we're going to see right now. I don't know why they choose to review the debates where I did better than the opponent for evolution. They're like, oh, let's look at this debate. Your worldview can't justify it. How doesn't it justify it? Because I said so? No. Do you know what a justification is? Look, Aiden, under your worldview, there is no your. There's just matter in motion. There, like, you think there's a person, you think there's people, you think there's a Jim Bob. No, under your worldview, you're arguing with pure matter, dude. Is that rational to you? Is it rational to argue with pure matter? Is it rational to hold a view that matter argues with matter? Are you insane? Are you insane? Yeah, no. My matter is my chemicals are accurate and your chemicals are not. This chemical better than that chemical. It's just like, stop, dude. It's embarrassing. Evos and Muslims do the same thing. They can't defend their position without bringing up Christianity. If Evo is true, it should stand on its own. Yeah, that's why when I go into an evolution debate, I actually just take the position that Christianity is false. But, I take the position that all religions, all beliefs like these, they're just insane. Holy cow!
Jimmy Booby, there are two people categories. Ones who throw cow poo and are blessed, and everyone else. Happy Vindaloo to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's true about Evos and Moosies. I tried to watch it, Wesley. Matt Dillahunty is so insanely boring. But the thing is, so is Alex O'Connor. I tried it at 1.5. I tried it at 1.25. I couldn't listen to him. But maybe if maybe at the end, if I'm like, all right, if you guys want it, let's say. All right. So anyway, let's bring this up, right? Because Aiden here doesn't want to defend evolution. If someone comes out with 100 followers and they're demanding a debate and they want to defend evolution, fine. But they're not in any position to curate the prompts. They have no power. Nobody knows them. I'm my own God, Jim Bob. That's why they're basically saying, yeah, they are their own God. I'd be more than happy to take the position that life began via divine intervention for the sake of debate. You're just not interested in defending your worldview. No, I'm interested in the evolution debate. I could just say the same thing to you. You want to debate evolution versus another view. There's no such thing as a view under evolution. First of all, there's no views. There's just epiphenomenal physical events. So the debate's over from the start. Any worldview that's not evolution is better than evolution, because any worldview that's not evolution that can actually provide even a little bit of a justification for intent, pursuit of truth, evaluations, thought, philosophy, metaphysics, any view that even tries to account for those things is better than evolution. I mean, the debate is so easy. It's like, what worldview do you have that's critiquing mine? Right off the bat, I will. Your entire methodology is in question, and you have to admit it. That your entire epistemic criterion is broken, and you're going to sit here and cross-examine someone's worldview, admitting that your own criterion is broken. It's so insane. I'll probably get flamed. I believe in evolution and the creator. I can't defend either, but I believe shrugs. Well, the more rigorous you get into who the creator is there, the more you'll see, if you hold a Christian view, that just the metaphysics alone is incompatible. Because if there's no universals and evolution points to nominalism, then you couldn't actually believe Christ took on human nature. You couldn't even believe in your own human nature. You couldn't even have the image bearer status from a Christian view. But you could generally say creator, right? There's all sorts of New Age Unitarian / Gnostic people who kind of go, oh, there's a creator God, sort of a Jewy take. And they're like, yeah, there's no problem. I mean, we evolved from a fish. God made it happen or something like this. But once you get more rigorous with one, you get more rigorous with the other. Jim, I wrote Atheist Blippy, and he tried to act like he didn't know you. Yeah, he's a liar. That guy's a liar. All right. Why are you scared to debate creation? Because debating creation is going to, for the opponent, is going to just be a circle back into naturalism. Like, people like you don't understand that when you say, let's debate creation, what you're saying is debate creation inside of naturalism. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's why all the classical foundationalists, apologists, get into trouble debating creation. Creation is outside of this domain. Let me guess. Okay. Can you provide any evidence, naturalistic, empirical, or other, for creation? No. It's not a naturalistic claim. Well, I guess that solves it then. Debate over. You guys are low tier. You guys don't even understand what you presuppose. All you're saying when you say debate creation is debate the presupposition of naturalism being true versus some alternative. You just call it creationism, right? That's what you call it. Naturalism is false from the start, right from the get-go. You guys can't justify evaluations just from naturalism. Just your own worldview at the start is in the garbage can because you can't even justify debating. It is. This is a false dichotomy. That's what I told you. Further, look at the debates. We barely get into specifics in an evolution debate, and that's 2 hours plus questions. These people want the out when they're talking about their topic. They want their out to talk about creationism. Totally different category. We need JB or Dyer to get into these TT lives one day. Monkey Boy, they all suck, dude. They're all sophists, though. It's a waste of time, honestly. Monkey Boy, I talked to him once. I called into one of his streams once. He just said, truth doesn't exist, he said. Okay, we're done here. Truth doesn't exist. Great work. All right, let's get into Aiden. Now, I apologize in advance for his voice, yet you won't be surprised with his voice. It probably sounds exactly the way you hear it in your head when you read his comments in the chat. But nonetheless, when people tag me and they get all aggressive and they get all mouthy, I like to put them up on my stage and roast them, because that's what I do. So let's take a look, see what this guy has to say. All righty. Here we go.
Oh, I used to dance around. I remember when we were able to first play music in our home. You used to have to go to the dance theater.
All right, not funny.
Was the absolute best way.
For like 37 seconds on the stream. There we go. Very professional.
All right,
because I went on his panel that night and discussed whether or not Trump was a fascist, which I still think is on this channel. If you,
hey Aiden, could I ask you a question in the chat? What's wrong with fascism? I mean, clearly, let's say someone just said, "Yeah, Trump's a fascist." What's wrong with it, buddy? What are you gonna say, worm?
I was almost brainwashed into thinking philosophy was word games until I found Jay, you and Andrew.
Yeah, everyone says word games too.
you do want to go and check that out. But he gets back to me the next day.
Not actually them. No, I've had people call in, Aiden. I have people call in to my... What are you talking about? I had people call in on Discord all the time, dude. What are you talking about?
And says how...
Cry harder, dude.
About this. Does evolution or creationism better explain the development and diversity of life?
What? That's... Dude, what are you talking about? Does creationism... What does that mean? See, you're so ambiguous. What does that mean, creationism? The idea that the world is created? Does the idea that the world is created explain the diversity of life itself better than evolution? Yeah, actually. It does. Honestly, just saying God did it is still even if you couldn't explain how God did it, just saying God did it, insofar as reality is concerned, that's not just animals, though. This is what they do. They want to talk about specific things as if you can look at animals in the world without metaphysics understanding animals. As if you could look at animals in the world without then talking about the regularity of nature, the laws of physics. How does that occur? As if animals and talking about diversity of animals is its own like isolated thing in a vacuum. You need categories to talk about these things. You need logic, you need reasoning, you need beliefs, you need knowledge, you need a person, you need intent. You need universals. So low tier, dude. Well, creationism, the word, is that better explanation than evolution when we talk about diversity of life? Well, yeah, it is. It is a better explanation. In fact, the idea of a clade, just cladistics alone, that you guys can't even make sense of cladistics. You guys affirm these categories, and you don't even have a standard for the category. Even cladistics off the bat make more sense if a creator created animals in categories. And then from that, they rapidly diversified within their category. And guess what? Guess what we see? We see animals rapidly diversify in their categories. We don't see them rapidly diversify out and leave their category. We see them diversify inside of a category. That's actually more consistent with a creation view. More consistent already off the bat. It's already a better explanation that things are created within categories, and those universal categories maintain their identity, even if underneath those categories there's a splintered effect within the category. You can't even say something identity changes unless the something maintains its identity and aspects of it change. You guys deny the law of identity. You guys violate the law of identity by saying entire categories of things change their identity over time. You're just like, this is why it would be insufferable to try to debate this, because you guys grant yourself so many things that I don't grant you. And you're like, come on, let's talk about it within the science. Let's talk about the science. You're like, dude, no. Yes, we keep it. We get it, Jim Bob. You're capable of bloviating into a microphone. You didn't even hear what I just said. You're not going to respond to what I said.
I had an atheist tell me tag was a bad argument because truth and logic are concepts that don't exist absent human minds. I asked if that statement was true absent human minds. He literally said, of course not. That's the point.
Yeah, that is the point. And by the way, you could push them further on that. They deny a past that has identities then. They would have to say that the past that they appeal to, their mythical, their origin story, that they came out of the ground like dirt zombies, they have to hold that past that they're conceiving of and affirming before human minds exist didn't actually exist in any sort of intelligible way. So you deny yourself the capability of referencing the past, a past before human minds, because a past before human minds needs to abide by the laws of logic. You can't have a past, a conception of a past, with a process, in this case, evolution, happening, unless that process abides by the law of identity. So there must be some ontology to what we're talking about here, but they don't care. They're like, no, it's just solipsism in the end. You couldn't know, forget a past, you couldn't even know the reality that you're, and whose mind, by the way? A particular mind? Which particular mind is it? I don't even know if they grasp the problem. That when you reduce things to mere particulars and you say laws of logic are grounded in the mind, and we go, whose mind? And they go, all of our mind. Which of our minds? Which of our minds? They're like, oh, pick one. Pick one. So, okay, so universals like the laws of logic can be grounded in what? In a particular? Okay.
And I thought that was great. Like, that sounds like a great topic right there.
Oh, by the way, Nitty, I did see your argument. I forget. Type it in the chat if you want. You said something about LLM. That was a bad argument, Nitty. And the reason is, if you use... Nitty said something like knowledge can be ground... Like, if there's ever any example where knowledge can be grounded outside a mind, then the argument for it being dependent on some higher mind is debunked or something like that. Forgive me, Nitty. I don't remember it exactly. But just to summarize it, he pointed to language models. And he said, look, these things can do these things and operate and come up with conclusions or whatever. And that's evidence they're not a being, right? There's no being there. Well, no, that's a... Nitty, there's two problems with that. One is that was made by a mind, so it's the product of intentionality. And second, it's actually not, it doesn't have knowledge. It's just executing commands, like a calculator. So, but by all means, you can present exactly the argument, because I definitely mangled it, but it was something along those lines where you were like, LLMs demonstrate the capacity to do X without the thing that the Christian says is necessary. And I say, no, that actually required the mind of the man to make the thing.
Right.
So I said, that sounds perfect. And he said, okay, I will pitch it to him. And I said, thanks very much. And he said, hey, Jim Bob responded with a good point. Evolution is a massive topic.
It
not
is.
good for too positive prompts. It may muddy up the debate.
No, I didn't just say that. It's also a false dichotomy. Creation versus evolution. That's a false dichotomy. It could very well be the case that a created world could have a kind of a world where you talk about evolution the way you do from a created position, and you can still talk about evolution even if it was created. So that's why it's a false dichotomy. If you could demonstrate a compatibility with some view of creation where evolution is possible, some ambiguous creation, then it's not a true dilemma, dude. It's not an either or. So I could just end that in my opener. Do you understand? It's not just the weight and the amount of information you have to cover in evolution. It's never covered, by the way. In my debates with against evolution, we never get past just random mutation, let alone the three other main mechanisms that you guys argue for evolution. We never get past even that part.
I don't know what it says about me, Jim Bob, but leftists don't piss me off much. T-Jump is amusing, Corinth is fine, but there is one guy I want to throw down with, that witless knave Gettier and his problems. I want to fight a dead man.
You want to fight Gettier? Dan says, it seems your EO tradition, God doesn't really have intentionality. Well, I don't know if what you think seems to be the case is an argument. Sounds like you're fishing. You can try to make an argument that God doesn't have intentionality. I mean, we'd probably get to the kind of intentionality that you think of for a human being we wouldn't attribute to God as a one-to-one. So that's what we would say. So you'd have to be gracious, Danny, in the use of the word, because we're the first to say our language and our analogies are limited. They're limited. We would never say the way we talk about knowledge is the same way we talk about knowledge when we refer to God, like a justified true belief or any of these things. Intentionality, will, free will, how you operate in the world. This is a created thing versus an uncreated thing. And so maybe you could come to that conclusion, Danny, if you were to try to hold someone to claiming there's a one-to-one relatedness or identical meaning for intentionality between humans, secondary, and God. Okay, Nitty says, if intelligibility, the ability to process and act on logic, can be produced by a material machine processing data patterns, then logic is an emergent snapshot of information, not divine. No, you're conflating whether something needs logic to do the thing versus the ontology of logic. By the way, information itself is not found in material. So you're appealing to information, which from your own view can't be reduced to pure matter. So you're appealing to something you still have no ontology for. So you're conflating what is logic, what's the justification for logic, and whether something is dependent on logic. Like you couldn't have a machine without the person who creates the machine. You couldn't have processing data patterns unless there was an intentional input-output that's correct and incorrect from the human. And no, that doesn't follow that logic would then be an emergent snapshot of information. To say information exists is after you have logic. You can't say information exists without meaning. Information, even from an atheist, modern atheist information theorist perspective, is semantics plus data, pure data. So no, that's wrong. Premise one is wrong. You need all of those preconditions to make this machine. So if making the machine requires logic, then the machine doesn't produce logic. And logic isn't emergent of information, because to have information to begin with, you need logic. You need the law of identity. You need meaning. You need to assign meaning to reference. You need to add semantics to pure data. But the semantics you're adding to pure data, let's make it simple here. There's an apple in my hand. I don't call it an apple. It's just an object before we have the word apple and the sound. But there's an object. Before I assign meaning, semantics, to the data, the apple needs to have an identity independent of me assigning information to the apple. So that disproves premise one right off the bat, Nitty. Back to the chalkboard.
Would you be up to defend evolution as a reasonable belief, or is evolution true? And I responded to him and said, I'm of the opinion that Jim Bob is not interested in defending his worldview.
You didn't answer his question. Speakeasy asked you, are you interested, Aiden? Let's hear it. Let's hear the dodge right now, because I'm clear of what I'm interested in doing. I'll tell you.
I thought that was great.
Listen to this guy. Such a worm. Where are you, Aiden? You're such a little weasel worm. Listen to this guy.
Like, that sounds like a great topic right there.
Right.
Just calling me a bloviator doesn't counter anything I'm saying, Aiden. And you're not helping your case to debate me in the future. What part of what I just said about information do you disagree with instead of just calling me a bloviator? You little weasel.
I said that sounds perfect.
You little demon chode. You demonic dingleberry.
Perfect. And he said, okay, I will pitch it to him. And I said, thanks very much. And he said, hey, Jim Bob responded with a good point.
Here's the thing, Aiden, you're going to learn in debating, even though you've earned no place at the table, is when you approach debaters about prompts, you're going to get pushback and you're going to have to try to negotiate a prompt, okay? That's normal. Now watch. Just listen to this guy.
Evolution is a massive topic, not good for too positive prompts. It may muddy up the debate. Would you be up to defend evolution as a reasonable...
That's a good question.
Vegans don't really believe in determinism. They believe in more of a buy one, get one free will.
Right. Right. Okay, listen. I came back with a counter. The mediator, in this case Speakeasy, brought it back to the debater and said, look, Are you willing to debate this?
Belief, or is evolution true? And I responded to him and said, I'm of the opinion that Jim Bob is not interested in defending his worldviews.
That's not answer the question, Aiden. He asked you directly, are you interested in defending evolution itself on its own? Are you willing to do that? It just looks like we don't care what things look like. I bet men in dresses look like women to you. What you think the world looks like is irrelevant to us, Big Bad Mama. You have no power here.
And I'm afraid that message affirms that notion.
See, this is fallacious off the bat. Are you willing to defend evolution? Now, ironically, his critique against me is I'm afraid to debate pure creation, just as a prompt, all right? I don't want to do that. And by his own critique, he's not willing to defend creation. Okay, or evolution. Okay, cool. Even. You're not willing to defend evolution on its own, and I'm not willing to debate creation on its own. Just creation. Aren't we even then? Let's just grant it. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not interested in a debate about the term creation, the concept of it, and trying to use language to describe it, let alone defend it. The dogma. It's outside of the bounds of naturalism. It's outside of the bounds of empiricism. It's a worldview. Does the world make sense from a created view? Okay? That's a metaphysics argument. Maybe I'll do it in the future. What I'm concerned with right now is evolution. I'm finding all of the evolution proponents. That's where I'm geared toward. It makes an interesting topic. It's a relevant topic, and it's not pure metaphysics.
While evolution's a massive topic, I feel like the let's defend evolution for 2 to 3 hours debate format's been done to death, and I think
it's been done to death. Okay, it's been done to death. Apparently, it hasn't been done to death because there are still people who are not defending it, who swear that it's true. They swear that it's true.
My aunt told us a story about her time as army medic in Africa. The Estonian unit had to babysit some Muslim captives who were demanding lawyers and protection, etc. They had 2 Estonian commanders with completely normal Estonian names. So when the guys on guard duty responded that for these requests, they would then have to be dealt with by commanders' anger and killing. Mysteriously, further requests for lawyers kind of just disappeared.
Yeah. Big Mama, how many debates have you done about creation? No, 0, because creation is ambiguous. What does that even mean? Creation? I don't know. Is that from any view, creation? Why do you think I don't debate just the word creation, dum-dum? It's just amazing how it's just like they don't learn anything. Why would anyone debate creation? That's the most ambiguous term ever, creation.
More interesting.
It's so stupid. Why would anyone debate that? It's like you don't even know what you're talking about. We don't even know what view we're talking about.
To see how evolution stacks up against creationism. So if Jim Bob isn't willing to budge on that.
You see what he says? You see what I'm saying? If you saw the email, if you saw the topic of the DM, he wanted to debate evolution versus creationism, whether or not the evidence stacks up against in which favor. Dude, what is wrong with your brain? We don't grant you evidence. Do you understand why this is a useless dichotomy, Aiden? Do you understand that someone in my position can forecast the stalemate? That's not interesting to people. The stalemate that is inevitable in this debate, where I don't grant you evidence, that needs an interpretive analysis, an interpretive paradigm. You guys don't learn anything. You learn nothing. We don't grant you the naturalistic view to interpret the said evidence. Do you understand that?
I hope you at least understand my reasoning, even if you don't agree with it. And he gets into it, and suffice it to say, I mean, I hate to say it, but you kind of got a bit...
Nitty says, I'll try to reformulate it into a tighter form. Yeah, I mean, I think off the bat, Nitty, your argument, you're going to need to really consider that the thing you're pointing to is a creation of man. And so what would be in question is man, not his creation, his little machine. Because man couldn't do the processes to make the LLM machine or AI or anything else without assuming the laws of thought have some sort of universal ontology that don't arise purely from, quote, information. It just moves the question over, Nitty, to information then. So you need to say, okay, if I don't grant it, but even if I granted just to see where the argument went, to say logic emerges from, it's an emergent property of information, we're going to have to ask you, well, what is information emergent of then? And then you're going to say a mind, but then you're going to then affirm logic, which is supposed to be further down in the chronology of the emergentism. You know, lowered states to higher states to higher states. So it's like you have a manufacturing plant. Your metaphysics is a manufacturing plant, and you have these things in the wrong places chronologically.
A bit butthurt
from my view.
Easy. I mean, like, I can share the whole thing.
Danny, your last question. I have to sift through. It's better if you just say the question again, because I'll probably miss it. Do you think God has distinct intentions? God's intention to design an eye for seeing identical to his intention for eyelids to not see? Well, the thing is, from our view, the world we're in now, Danny, is post-fall. So God's creation, we can't fully exhaust or conceive of creation in its purest form. So like when we look at eyes and eyebrows and things that do stuff with function in the here now, it's difficult, maybe even impossible to assess the nature of things now, eyes and these things and their function, and place them in a pre-fall physics, metaphysics scenario. So, but it seems that the question of intentionality, it wouldn't even be reduced to creation. We would hold that God has intentionality, has the intentionality even pre-creation. So it seems like you're using an example of something that's created like an eye and being like, God's creation, look, that's intentional. Well, God doesn't need to create anything to have intentionality. So I don't know why you would link those two as an example. So I'm not sure where you're going with that. Because if we just said God has intentionality independent of creating anything, eternally uncreated being with intentionality and the potential of acting on intentionality, there's no problem with that view. Thank you for that, Tanner.
Thing for people that are interested. I just don't want to drag this on for too crazy long, going through the he said, she said bullshit.
But you're doing it. Vagine.
Jim Bob, you're so right about your last point. In AI and information science, it is a structured framework using concepts, relationships, and rules to represent knowledge within a domain, enabling data integration and semantic reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Giovanni.
Thank you, Giovanni. Yeah, you'd have to have all that already in play. The important part of the argument is that both are physical and our process is data. No, data, like the originator isn't the debate, it's the operation. No, they're not both the same thing, Nitty. Look, if you use LLM or a calculator, it's just a simple understanding of it. You can't just say the person is pure physical, because the thing you're pointing to is information. So information is not physical, Nitty. The laws of logic are not physical. And further, if you have two people, we have the capacity with our intentionality, the fact that we would assume we're not purely determined physical systems. Calculators, no two calculators on their own can know if what they're concluding in their when you press enter is true or not. They can't assess other calculators and determine whether or not they were incorrectly programmed. And so all you're doing is you're trying to assign the same status between a human being and a machine. But to do that would be to collapse your epistemology to begin with. Because if you're a machine and everything you do is determined, then you couldn't know whether your conclusions or evaluations, being that they're determined, you couldn't know if they were true or not. You couldn't evaluate anything. Whereas an LLM machine, we can correct and revise. A calculator, we could determine whether or not it's faulty or not. We can run it through and go, that doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So you can't equate a human being as pure physical and some other machine pure physical and try to justify logic or knowledge from that position. You can't do it.
But yeah, suffice it to say, he got butthurt and said that I was the one that wasn't willing to defend my ideas because...
You're no fan of causal determinism? Well, no, if causal determinism was true, there would be no me to not be a fan of or not fan. There would be no such thing as you or me. But it seems like causal indeterminacy has the same problems that you bring up. You keep saying it seems like as an argument. Can you make an argument? Because we can't really just say what things seem like because that's not obvious to anybody, Danny. Our choices are determined. No, the thing is, you understand metaphysics here. Our personhood. There's also random chance. You don't have access to randomness. So to say, to even say, are our choices determined? There's no our if you're arguing that they're not. You can't say there's a thing called our. There's just its. You know what I'm saying? This is why it all gets mangled up in the questions. If you hold to determinism, there is no you or they or our or we. There's just its, nominal its, doing exactly what its do. Its, objects, events. Or are they random? The second question assumes you have this thing called randomness. You don't. You never observe randomness. You can't even say, are we just random? Because randomness, that you can't say what random is. I don't know why people ran with this idea of randomness. The only randomness, quote, colloquially randomness we have is a contrived system where it's ostensibly random. We just call it that colloquially. Oh, the roulette wheel is random. You won by random chance. No, it's not actually random. It's not random. It's totally controlled. It has limitations. It has limited input, has limited output, has favorable outcomes, unfavorable outcomes. You're just using the word random, but you don't have access to random to even to ask the question. In fact, it gets even crazier. If there was something that had a criterion for determining randomness, you would have to lend free will to the person investigating randomness. You'd have to grant intentionality. Oh, we're going to seek truth toward whether or not this is random. Let's do the work. Well, if it was random, how could you trust your evaluation and the work you're doing? How could you trust it? Just like Professor Dave's random brain. Why would we trust an incidental feature of pure biology and chemistry that has no purpose of thinking properly? Why would we trust it? Well, you guys all heard his view because he's right.
Wanted to do this different topic, when in reality it seemed like he was perfectly amenable to that topic until Jim Bob pushed back. So
that says nothing. The moderators could be totally fine with any topic that the debaters. That says nothing, dude. What kind of position is this, dude? What is wrong with you? Well, it seems that the moderator was totally fine with the topic. Yeah, they're not debating, dummy. Well, I don't know why I don't know what this is all about. The moderator was totally fine with the topic, but the other debater I'm debating wasn't. I don't understand. It's like, dude.
I don't really.
Yeah, because he's not debating. I'm the one debating.
Really think that Speakeasy was really operating in the best faith in that conversation there. And the fact that he later on tried to like pitch it as like a guilt. Oh, well, I just wanted to get your name out there and get you a whole bunch of exposure so that you could have a conversation with Jim Bob. It's like,
yeah, you have 102 subs, dude.
Yeah, that's great. But how about we do that on the basis of the topic that you and I just agreed to? Why?
You have no choice but to trust it? Yeah, you're pulling a stupid Richard Dawkins thing. Or whoever, Christopher Hitchens. It's just rhetoric, dude. BS. You guys don't learn. You just don't learn what the problem is. There's no you. You guys just can't get around this. If the thing you're pointing to is totally determined, that means the choice to be theistic or atheistic or to believe in evolution or to argue for evolution or against evolution or to do this murder or to not do this murder, whatever it is, if you hold the view there's no choice, then you can't pretend that you can access truth or knowledge or that people should be culpable for their actions or anything. And you're still using the term you. Just because Christopher Hitchens said it. One of the dumb, rhetorically awesome and funny, philosophically inept, all of his arguments were trash. There was zero argumentation. Well, I have no choice to. Self-refuting. About that random discussion, sir, I need to ask you to stay away from this casino, never come back, right? Shoreline, thank you so much.
Why is it that Jim Bob needs to pitch a giant fit and you just automatically agree with him just because you're also a creationist? I don't know.
And how would it muddy the waters? It would just be a two-part debate.
We need to have a discussion about the free will stuff. Well, not if free will doesn't exist. You and we don't exist. You even saying that would be a performative contradiction if you held that you had no free will. We need to. I'm sorry, we can't. There's no need to do anything under this view. Whatever unfolds, unfolds. We didn't know. You telling me that with the assumption that I'm going to evaluate that and ponder it and deliberate is oppositional to the idea that there's free will, that there isn't free will. So you keep, this is what you guys don't learn. When you ponder these things, the thing you keep granting yourself like it's obvious is the you in this, or the me, or this movement toward a conversation. And why? It's like, do you understand what the problem is? There's no, under this deterministic view, there is no you. There's a mechanism that unfolds exactly how the mechanism unfolds. There's no other way it could. There's no could under this view. It just is. Just is. There's nothing there. There's no personhood. There's no evaluator. There's no knower. There's no debater. There's no one conversing, dude. It's like what Jay said, Brian, I was born to be a bigot. Yeah, same problem, John, exactly. It's the same exact problem. We have no choice but to trust it. Okay, then trust it when it says God. Yeah, trust me when I say God exists. I have no choice in the matter. Duh.
First one would be about...
Just trust me. I want to take over, I want Christians to take over the U.S. government. How could you argue against it? I'm mechanistically, I have no other choice, Big Bad Mama. Why are you making streams being like, oh, we got to stop these guys? No, you can't stop. You can't stop what's going to happen.
Evolution, and the second part would be about biblical creation. I mean, there's no mudding.
You're presupposing a certain version of the principle of alternate possibility. No, possibilities, dude, need an evaluator. You don't understand. You keep bringing in the knower of possibilities. That's what's in question. How could you know possibilities without evaluating possibilities, outcomes, favorable outcomes, unfavorable outcomes, mathematics, stochastics, language, universals, meaning, mathematics, the rest, right? It's the same, guys. They're in a perpetual state of just granting these first things without understanding, no matter how many times I say it, the first things that you're assuming are in question. Yeah, but if we just evaluate, no, we is in question. Yeah, but you don't understand. We can evaluate the possibilities of other things. No, not in this case. You can't debate spiritual subjects with spiritual maskets. Yeah. This was a super random chat, or was it determined? Yeah. Who's determined to give me $100 right now? Well, if you thought about it, it's already too late. I wasn't talking about my view. I was talking about your view about the PAP. I'm internally critiquing determinism right now. For you, I'm actually talking with several different arguments right now. You're one of them.
The waters.
Well, yeah. In order to give a little bit more context to that as well, thanks, BBM. So it later on kind of got
thanks, BBL,
to the idea of, well, we're going to start on two fundamentally different bases for creationism and evolution. You're going to come at it from the point of abiogenesis, and Jim Bob is going to come at it from a point of like a divine intervention from a god. To which I responded, okay, fair enough. If you really think that is such a big sticking point that we can't move past that, then let's go to the flood as a year to start off with. Jim Bob.
See what I'm saying? They always want to do this. They want to talk about the flood or something like this to pull you into a naturalistic interpretation of reality, which assumes all of their paradigm is true. And they're like this. They're like, no. Come into my paradigm and argue for yours within mine. And they have no idea, apparently, that they're doing it over and over and over and over again.
Bob can look through the biblical scholarship.
It's really simple, dude. You can look at nature from a biblical perspective and make it work based on your interpretation of the data. You can look at nature and interpret it from a non-biblical perspective and try to make it work with the data. Either or. Okay, cool. It's a draw. You can interpret data from different paradigms. Congratulations. You've graduated from 101 philosophy of science.
If he hasn't already, which I'm sure he has, if he's as learned as he purports himself to be.
They don't understand it. They think that naturalism and their view is the way to interpret other views. They're like, well, I don't understand, Jim Bob. Why can't you just argue creationism and all of its claims within my naturalistic paradigm? I don't understand. What's the big problem? Why don't you just do it? It's like, okay, lunatic. I'm coming at it from my paradigm, which was why I was willing to grant the idea of divine intervention for the debate. Dude has been shouting himself, what? No, you're not granting it. You grant yourself divine intervention for evolution to begin with, dummy. Your divine intervention for evolution is just a personless action where dead matter becomes alive. You just don't call it divine. It's just pure magic, though, from your own view. This is what they do. So they'll grant you the first beginnings of things, and post hoc, which view better describes it post hoc? That's what they're doing. But they're coming at it from a naturalistic paradigm. So they're like, cool, I'll grant you supernaturalism, but then I'm going to take it away, and now you have to argue naturalism. And then they listen to me tell them this, and they're like, I don't understand what you're saying, Jim Bob.
And he can name a specific year that he associates.
You're viewed as a joke by so many people. That's not an argument, dude. We don't care. I don't care how people view me. You don't have anything to say that's valuable or substantive. Oh, you care how people view you. You're just being transparent. You care about people who view you, okay? I don't.
It's with when the flood occurred. And we can go forward from that point based off of our different worldviews as far as explaining how life spread out and diversified and changed as rapidly as it did across the planet.
Yeah. And guess what we see, bucko? What we see when we look at animals in their universal categories, which evolution denies, what we see is that the changes within groups is rapid. It's actually rapid, but it doesn't change the thing. So adaptation from an evolutionary view or a creationist view, adaptation, what we're finding is that these things happen rapidly. You could have rapid changes within the creature, their ability to adapt. That's not actually what evolution argues. In fact, the rapidness, the evolution proponent has to choose between deep time, well, with enough time, and, it needs to happen rapidly too. Which is it? Does it have to happen rapidly, or is it just deep time, wait enough time? Which is it? Pick.
Because if
they'll be like, it's both.
That's really the sticking point, then a common year would actually make things a bit better as far as a topic compared to just evolution. Because with evolution, the exact date of the origins of life on Earth varies by the millions of years.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're not going to get this, dude. They're not going to get that there's no contradiction between God creating and a world, even post-fall, that's ostensibly old. But that's the thing, dude. They have dating methods that fall apart anyway. But even if you granted it would work, Gunny, like even if you granted it, it's still not a contradiction. It doesn't contradict anything. You know why? This is the problem. Like, this is why I love to bring up the age of the Earth when it does come up, is they go, well, we know through our dating methods the age of the Earth. And you go, wait a second. We're doing metaphysics now. The Earth as an identity, right, is made up of clusters of matter that precede the shape of the Earth, right? And they go, yeah. Okay, you pick a chunk of the Earth and you do your dating method. You're saying the age of the Earth is this many years, right? And they're like, yeah, we know this. We're very certain about it through our science. And you go, well, the age of the Earth is, to say the age of the Earth from your paradigm is to say the age of the matter that the Earth is composed of, right? And they'd say, yes. Is the Earth composed of matter that precedes its accumulated shape? Yes. Okay. All right. So now you got some trouble, right? And then you go, well, how old is the universe? And they either say it's eternal or they'll say there was a Big Bang. And the true age of anything has to be the age of the Big Bang. Because the matter itself can't be created from their perspective. Dating methods fall apart, pick up your Nobel Peace Prize. That's fallacious. Totally fallacious. Has nothing to do with it. The dating methods fall apart because you extrapolate out. The further you extrapolate, the less you have access to veracity. You can do a dating, like we always bring up the dog, right? There's a dog that it, in its life from birth, creates, in this case, potassium. It creates it in its body. It generates it from processes. You go, look at the dating method we're using. BBL says, look at the dating method we're using. We can do it with the dog. Why don't you believe it about the age of things out there? Well, and you go, well, because the age of the potassium in the dog corresponds directly to the age of the dog, because the dog is the source of the potassium that's being generated. You have access to the birth of the dog and the dog. You don't have access to foreign dead matter and its start point, right? You don't have its start point. You do have the start point for the dog. In fact, you not only have the start point for the dog, but inductively you have general start points of dogs when they're born. Those particular dogs, you have the start date of those dogs to cross-reference. You don't have that with the age of the earth, you bunch of whack jobs.
As far as when we can specifically, quote-unquote, nail that down, let alone when evolution as a driving force of that diversity.
The aging of the dog. Dude, are you retarded? When I push someone on the dating methods, they'll say, well, we'll look at the decay of, let's say, a good example is the potassium of a dog. Are you not following, dummy? Pay attention. Yeah, the start date of a dog, I said. A dog. Does a particular dog, Big Bad Mama, have a start date? Does your mom have a birthday? These people are just, it's so frustrating with these people. They like pretend, they either pretend not to follow, or they're just like, I cannot compute. Argument from down, they don't care. We're dealing with people who fundamentally don't care.
Diversification began. So having a specific year to start off with would, I think, be even more productive as far as really nailing down the specifics of what we're talking about. And it eventually just came down to, well, he's going to have to grant you this and he's going to have to grant you that. And I said, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, I do.
He doesn't have to grant me anything.
Yeah, I do have to grant you something. I do have to grant you stuff. Under your demands, which you have no leverage in getting, you ask for a lot, that's great.
And I will grant him that life...
KAR dating equals the start of the dog. No, the physical event of the start of the dog without dating. You would know the start of a dog in its birth before you knew anything about what's going on inside their body, dummy. It's just unbelievable. These people suck so bad. I just want them exiled. I want them physically exiled.
Life on Earth was created.
Oh, we didn't know we couldn't actually date dogs and their age before we looked at a micro level of their potassium decay rate. Fucking idiot. Just people fucking...
By a divine interventional force. If that's really what it takes. That's the level that I was willing to go to with this. If it took me...
you grant creation. You grant creation and he grants abiogenesis, and then you move on from there.
Right. I really don't see, and really what Speakeasy ended up saying on his show...
Then that concedes the debate. If you just grant that life is created, and then you try to make sense of how life changes, you're outside of creation. That's why it's a false dichotomy, you dipshits. These people are actually brain rot. They're like pure brain rot. This Aiden character doesn't understand that if the debate is creationism versus evolution, and I said from the start that's a false dichotomy, once you grant creation and I grant abiogenesis, Hello, you just granted two of the things in question. So, okay, let's do a debate about creation and abiogenesis and grant each other that they happened. Then what? Then what do we do?
That got deleted. But anybody that was there to watch it, Maud was there. She can testify to this. He literally said, basically verbatim here, well, you're willing to grant Jim Bob all these different things, but Jim Bob isn't willing to grant you all of these things. And
they're two different things being granted, dude. This is a debate about supernaturalism versus naturalism. What better accounts for the reality? That's a better debate. That's a debate I would consider. I actually done the debate with Planet Peterson. A worldview that's created versus a worldview that's not. Naturalism versus supernaturalism. That's not too bad of two positives coming together. Theism versus non-theism. These are adequate, at least. Creation, evolution are not. Creation is a worldview that includes events. Evolution itself might inform a worldview, or it might be informed by a worldview, but the evolution itself is a scientific claim. It's a scientific claim. That's why it's a false dichotomy. It's not a proper back and forth debate. It doesn't make any sense. They still don't understand this, though. Very frustrating.
it's like if there's the exact equivalent of each other's argument, as you yourself just pointed out, how is that not a perfect showcase of the fact that Jim Bob has a weaker argument than me?
Yeah, dude, because it's a worldview. I'll say it one more time, dummy. Worldview versus worldview. Creationism is a worldview. It's not just talking about a single event or a flood. It's a worldview. Evolution is a claim specifically about biology after you grant yourself populations. Worldview, specific claim about biology. Do you understand the difference?
Than the fact that he's not willing to grant those things. All that it really belies is that Jim Bob is somebody that's not willing to defend his worldview.
No, it's actually the opposite. If you actually held a worldview as opposed to a position on evolution, then you would be debating a worldview, Aiden. You little creep. Total opposite. If you're going to do a worldview versus worldview, you have to defend worldview. It's actually you saying, no, I want to debate evolution, a claim, versus a worldview. You're the one who's not presenting a worldview. You're presenting a defense of a singular claim. Well, that's a false dichotomy. A worldview versus a specific claim called evolution. That's why I asked you, are you willing to defend this specific claim of evolution? And you said no.
He's somebody that wants to attack other people's ideas. He's somebody that wants to critique other people.
You creepzoid.
And don't get me wrong, that's obviously necessary over the course of debate.
I use your line of questioning against evolution until they switch their position and try to say that God did it.
That's right.
But
what am I talking about? Why would you know? Why would you know what I'm talking about?
The idea that is all that you are exclusively capable of doing in a debate format outlines the fact that the ideas that you yourself believe in are at best something that you aren't willing to defend. And
see what I'm saying? They grant themselves ideas, debate, beliefs. That's what's in question when I debate, dude. I don't grant you these things, silly. If you were to defend naturalism versus supernaturalism, supernaturalism would include creation. Sure. Supernaturalism would include affirming a created world. Naturalism Could you defend naturalism? No. You couldn't defend naturalism as a worldview. And that's why you don't defend it. You're a slippery little weasel, and you go, well, let's look at the world from an evolutionary perspective and see if evolution describes diversity in life better than creationism. False dichotomy, dude. And we point out what the symmetry breaker is between the two, and you guys just go la 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 instead of revising so that you get some debates up there, Aiden. Instead of revising your approach to prompts, you just double down on it. My favorite part about watching Jabab is the creative insults. Yeah, thank you.
Worst or something that really aren't all that defensible.
Defensible from what view? Defensible from what view? Drum roll. Look, it's not even me talking. Watch, my chat will know. Defensible from what view? They don't get it. Would you grant him evolution and debate the ethics morality issue that he entails? He wouldn't agree to that. He would have to accept that humans are not equal in rank and races most evolved. Yeah, there's no distinction between human and human, animal and human, animal behavior, human behavior. It's all just included. It's all just included. Why scared to debate Aiden? Apparently, if naturalism, exactly, see what I'm saying? My own chat knows. I'm not talking to myself here. You still don't understand, BBL.
A little like Kent Hovind saying, oh yeah, evolution, you can't just take evolution. You have to start with the evolution of chemistry and stellar evolution.
Not even that. What Kent Hovind says is irrelevant, bucko. The reality is, to even discuss evolution, and I bring this up in every evolution debate, to discuss evolution, you guys have to grant yourself populations first. I don't think I've ever seen a debate about the veracity of evolution that doesn't result in evolution proponents just attacking creationism. Every single time. They cannot not do it. It's impossible for them.
And all these things. That's kind of what it sounds like.
And you'd think if they were the scientific mind, they would go, I don't want to debate creationism. That's outside of science. And I'd go, guess what? I agree with you. Evolution is a scientific claim. Creationism is not a scientific claim. That's a fundamental category difference between the two. This is philosophy. Creationism, talking about supernaturalism as a worldview versus evolution, a specific claim within a created world or non-created world if you take that approach. One's a scientific claim about nature, one's not.
Jim Bob is doing.
I mean, he just wants to walk it back ad infinitum.
Nope, I'm making a distinction that's very clear to my own audience and apparently not clear to you scumbags. Which is scientific claims and non-scientific claims are not in the same category.
Which is one of their classic arguments, is like, oh, well, if you just reduce everything down to a certain point, and it's like, okay, well, then let's reduce it a step further and ask where your God came from, and that's...
Oh, gosh. Aiden, are you serious? Did you just say who created God argument? You don't deserve a debate with anybody. Are you kidding me? You'd have to pay me $1,000 to debate you. Lowest tier maggotry.
That's where it inevitably...
Listen to them. Listen to the tier we're talking about, you guys.
Debate format outlines the fact that the ideas that you yourself believe in are at best something that you aren't willing to defend, and at worst are something that really aren't all that defensible.
Did he just say it?
It sounds a little like Kent Hovind saying...
Did he just say it? He did it.
Oh yeah, evolution, you can't just take evolution. You have...
He did it! Scott, $10. Really loving the content. Thank you, sir. Heard you insinuate that Jay is more talented debater yesterday. Jay's amazing, but you're far more... Most entertaining. Thank you so much. Well, entertainment can go a long way. That's for sure.
To start with the evolution of chemistry and stellar evolution and all these things. That's kind of what it sounds like Jim Bob is doing.
I mean, he just wants to walk it back ad infinitum.
No, I want to walk it back to the worldview level. What justifies all of these things, which would include the laws of thought, laws of logic, the laws of nature, regularity of nature, universals, how things behave, mereology, how our body is the way it is, everything else, right? Of course, I'm going to walk it back. I'm a worldview debater.
Which is one of their classic arguments, is like, oh, well, if you just reduce everything down to a certain point, and it's like, okay, well, then let's reduce it a step further and ask where your God came from, and that's where...
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my word.
So mad.
Oh, my word.
I just get so mad.
Oh, my word. This can't be real. This cannot be real.
Where it inevitably turns into, oh my God, no, you can't do that. That's not allowed. That's breaking the rules for some reason. No.
Yeah, because it's no longer internal, dummy. If you're going to critique creationism, which presupposes God, then if they hold that God is an eternally uncreated being, always was, always will be, then you can't say, well, then where did God come from? Because that's not an internal critique. That's a causal. That's importing your own causal created world story. This is so low tier. I mean, I'm just embarrassed. Saw that coming earlier when he said divine intervention. He doesn't understand the posteriority of creation and God. Yeah.
If you want to walk...
Well, then who created God? I watched Ricky Gervais one day.
Things back.
I'm a worldview debater, except my own worldview. Well, no, that's just the thing, Big Bad Mama. To debate a worldview is to counter the one that's critiquing yours. So, of course, I debate my worldview. If I were to do a worldview versus worldview debate, which I do with you guys in the chat every day, essentially, is that you need a worldview to critique Christianity. Hence, Tag is undefeated, because to argue against Tag is to present your own positive justification for arguing against Christianity, but you can't do it. You can't do it, BBL. You can't do it.
To a certain point. How is it somehow...
What you guys do instead is you bite the bullet every time and you say, truth is an absolute, laws of logic are nominal, we can't really know anything for certain, and everything is a preference, including the things I think I'm believing. And then you're like, the debate's over then. Because now you don't have the capacity to cross-examine Christianity. That's the point. So you're not listening, Big Bad Mama. You don't listen. I'll try to, let's see if you can do a yes or no question, Big Bad Mama. They're like rabid. They're like rabid in their head. They can't listen. Big Bad Mama, for you to cross-examine Christianity, right? Because that's what you're criticizing. You're saying, oh, you don't defend your own worldview. To say defend your own worldview is to assume that it's being cross-examined, right? Simple yes or no. To say a worldview is being cross-examined, it has to be cross-examined from another worldview, right?
Somehow inherently illogical that we walk it back and ask where the hell your God came from. Like,
that's not a critique of Christianity, Aiden.
Like, I know that they've tried to,
where did your God come from?
Belie that as a ridiculous argument to the point where it's, dismissed.
That's not an argument. That's a question. And it's no longer inside of the critique of Christianity.
In certain groups just out of hat. But I think that's a dangerous idea, to just inherently dismiss any set of ideas. You have to...
It's a dangerous idea to dismiss any set of ideas. What about the idea of dismissing ideas, Aiden? What about that?
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
What about the idea of the thing you just dismissed as an idea, Aiden? What about that? What happened there? Did you not catch yourself doing exactly what you just said was dangerous? These people, dude. Yes and no. What a surprise. What a surprise.
Critically examine them.
Okay. Why isn't that dangerous, Aiden? Why isn't that dangerous, Aiden?
And then just go, that idea bad because I heard somebody say that it was.
They don't understand what they're doing.
We got a bit of activity here in the chat. Doombase said, howdy, y'all. And Mod says he wants to plant. So he's already front-loaded it with an incorrect assertion. Evolution is a theory.
Wait.
It was a nice story.
But the problem is none of it actually supports what the claim actually is. So when we talk about is evolution supported by the evidence, it brings up a couple of questions right off the bat. One being, what is evolution? Another being, what is evidence? Is evidence different than data? I would say so. So what is evolution? Evolution is a model in which there is an assumed process by which animals, plants... I would respond, but you just ignore my comment. I seem to have read that one. Did you catch the problem in what you just said about dangerous ideas? Dude, I'd mop the floor with you. These atheists really think they come up with gotchas against Christianity when, in fact, all their questions have been answered in 2,000 years. Yeah. Yeah.
He's already front-loaded it with an incorrect assertion. Evolution is a theory. It's a scientific theory.
No, it's not, Aiden. It's not a scientific theory, Aiden. A scientific theory has to be at the tail end of an experiment. It's a scientific theory. If I just assert it's a scientific theory and then I run from any cross-examination of what constitutes a scientific theory and what doesn't, then I guess it could just ongoingly be a scientific theory. Look, dude, I established very brutally against Planet Peterson that you can't defend evolution as a scientific theory because it doesn't meet the criterion for scientific theories. If you're going to say it does, then you have to abandon everything else that constitutes a scientific theory against everything that isn't a scientific theory, because you've now just opened the doors to anything being a scientific theory. Why? Because if there's two competing viable hypotheses, and you don't require an experiment, the thing that actually produces the theory or the null, without that experiment to be the only arbiter between the two competing hypotheses, you don't have any methodology for determining which arbitrating between the two competing hypotheses then. And this is why it's so brutal when they debate against me, because I'll hold them to the fire on what constitutes a scientific theory. They'll agree with me in every example. Scurvy, what causes this, what causes that, what doesn't cause this. That's just as valuable in the scientific method. What doesn't cause this? And they'll grant all of it. And they'll go, yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, there's no other way to do it in that case except for an experiment. And then I go, okay, if you accept for Peterson, he really dug a hole there, because if you guys remember that debate, so wild. With the example of scurvy, I say, Peterson, there's two ships that come ashore. You have the data for both of them. One seems to be associated with this symptom called scurvy, right? And the other not. How do we determine if it's not an experiment with where you introduce the thing that you think is causing it? How do you determine two competing hypotheses about what's causing it? You know what he said? He said more data. More data. More data. So the arbiter between two competing hypotheses of what causes X phenomenon in nature is more data. That's weird. Doesn't solve the problem. Jim Bob, would you consider making a series of mini videos akin to your arguments against atheism about evolution? Yes, I've been in the process of developing that, actually, this whole time, Josiah. It's just the question is, how much animation do I want to do in the end? That's what it is. I want to make them visually appealing, but I think my first series, which was fine, it was kind of mimicking something that already existed. Like, I felt pressured, like, oh, it has to be like this, where I'm a talking head talking, and I'm doing the thing that you expect people to do. And then, like, you know, after talking to other creative people, I'm like, why even try to mimic what's out there in the world? Why not do something completely wild and different about it? But, you know, that's me.
Saying that it's a mind, you know what? For most people, I would say that's a nitpick. For 90% of people saying evolution, like if I heard some guy on the street call evolution a model, I'd be like, okay, fair enough. But this guy who is supposedly so read about the theory of evolution that...
I'm not so read. What are you talking about? Who said I was so read? What? No, I'm the opposite. I'm the guy with the cutoff shirt who's annoying you people because this guy who's not so well read is capable of completely decimating your best proponents.
That he's somehow single-handed.
Jim Bob debunked evolution with his scurvy argument. No, I actually debunked the idea that it's a scientific theory, and you have nothing to say to it, right? All you have is snark, dude. That's all you got. You don't have any counter to the question I'm bringing up. Notice how you don't talk about what I'm talking about. I'll ask you again, big bad mama, the guy who says yes and no at the same time. Does a scientific theory require a strict criterion or not? Yes or no?
Handedly capable of taking down a scientific theory that has more evidence behind it than the theory of gravity, which
it has more evidence than the theory of gravity. That's what, see what I'm saying? They don't know what a theory is. These people don't know what a theory is. Gravity itself, also a model, not a scientific theory, not testable. You can't introduce gravity to make things move and do stuff. It's a view, it's a paradigm view that fits a mathematical description. It's a model of viewing things. No wonder they use gravity. They're like, it's evolution is more testable than gravity. Yeah, that's ironically my point, is that you think that's more established as a scientific theory. You couldn't, none of you freaks could actually tell me what the criterion is for a scientific theory. You couldn't.
By the way, I mean, the Nobel Prize is out there, Jim Bob, if you want to go collect it.
They always say this too. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, if something's true, then there's a no... If you're saying something against the status quo, you would be awarded something from the status quo if what you said was true. This is how brainwashed these people are. If the minority that's questioning a majority-held view from the establishment view of things, if they're right, then they would be gifted a prize that's made up by the establishment. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated, comprehensive explanation of some aspect of the natural world built upon repeated and no, hold on a second. Where did you get that definition? You left experiment out on purpose. You're such a weasel. You literally left out experiment on purpose because you're a demon. You have to lie. You have to lie. You have to lie to leave out experiment in the definition. You have to lie. You have to find one that leaves out experiment. How do you test something? Is that an experiment? Is that synonymous with an experiment or not? I want to be clear about this, BBL. When you say testing, does that mean an experiment? I just want the process of how random mutations result in purpose-driven biological function. That's what I want to know. Until then, it's just tarded fantasy. It is. It's all fantasy work. Okay.
Just letting you know. You know?
Yeah.
But anyways, the idea that you have more knowledge about that.
Yeah, answer my question. Can a scientific theory be absent of the scientific experiment? Yes or no? That's the only important question right now. Can you develop a scientific theory and at minimum, it doesn't make its way to through the scientific method? Yes or no? I Googled it. It said repeated experiment. Of course, they don't want to say that. They're liars.
No, that's okay. I was just finishing my point and saying the idea that you...
Please tell me, both of you guys, please answer the question. Testing can be an experiment? No. Measuring something itself, you can just observe things and measure. When we're talking about a theory, two people could measure the same things, dummy, and have two different viable hypotheses about what they're measuring. This is why these people, man, you can't give them an inch. They squirm and they scream and they seethe and they gnash their teeth, but you got to hold them in the corner. Big bad mama. Testing can be an experiment or not, and a direct measurement. If you have two people measuring a phenomenon and they're wondering what causes it, any amount of extra measuring is not going to tell you the cause, right? If they have two competing hypotheses for what's causing the phenomenon. More measuring is not going to give you the cause, right? You have to test. The experiment is testing the thing you think is causing it. See what I'm saying? I just waste my time with these people. They just don't care. I care more than them.
So much knowledge that you're capable of defeating that.
Jim Bob still can't even prove gravity something that's been proven. No. You're not saying anything. First of all, science doesn't prove anything, atheist. Science doesn't proof. Math works in proofs. Science doesn't prove anything. Science is inductive. Gravity, what are you saying? It's proof that things fall? Great, we grant that. Things fall. A kid can understand? No, a kid can't understand gravity. Well, if you say, hey, kid, my daughter's like, hey, what makes the ball fall? Why does the ball fall, Dad? And I go, well, it's the bending of space-time. What, Dad? No, it's the bending of space-time. Even a kid can understand it. Shut up.
That idea immediately makes me raise an eyebrow when you call it a model, because it would be...
Yeah, models are not substitutes for experiments. Aiden?
Accurately called the scientific theory.
Nope, models are not. Models can be wrong. You can have a model that describes something, and the model accurately to your observation describes it, and the model could be wrong, even though it's accurately from your perspective describing reality. You're like, oh, that model kind of makes sense when you look at reality from that model, but the only way that you're going to develop a theory is by testing. The model itself would be probably some form of a hypothesis. If two models can both describe reality in kind of in a way that makes sense, to determine whether which one's true or not, you're going to have to do something else, bucko. See, this is what they do. Aiden here. Look, Aiden, would you like to debate whether or not evolution is a scientific theory? I dare you. I dare you. He didn't read my answer. Dude, I can't read every answer. You know what I'm saying? Send a super chat. There's 750 people here, you little needy bitch. He didn't even read my answer. Like I'm here just trying to read your answers? Like you've earned anything? You little scab.
Go ahead.
Right. I mean, he's using that definition because it's from Oxford Dictionary.
No. I don't use the definition because it's Oxford. These people, man. Oh, these people.
I just get so mad.
Even without a definition, dude. Let's say there's no definition of the scientific theory. If you're going to say there's two competing hypotheses for what causes a phenomenon, even without the dictionary definition, bucko, you're going to have to introduce a methodology. There's just such scoundrels.
And it does say that, but he says, so it's a model in which there is a process in which living organisms are transformed, etc. But Jim Bob adds the word assumed to the process. That's not part of even the Oxford Dictionary, which, as you said, I wouldn't even accept that definition. I would go with...
Oh, he's talking about the definition of evolution.
The definition that scientists accept for evolution, which is the change in heritable characteristics of biological populations.
No, that grants you populations. What is these people? Oh, evolution is just inheritable characteristics. So, in other words, you have a kid and your kid takes on your eye color and your hair. Therefore, we evolved from a fish. Oh, yeah. No, let's just take the this definition that evolution is just the inheritable characteristics from existing populations. So you look like Dad, therefore you evolved from a fish. Okay.
Over successive generations. That's a much more accurate definition.
Dismantled? Give me 1 point you've dismantled, kitten.
definition. But it's interesting how Jim Bob, which this shows a level of deceit here, he adds
a deceit? Oh, you're attributing intent now?
the word assumed before the process.
Yeah, no. You're assuming a process like transition. That's an assumption. By the way, if you're arguing evolution is a scientific theory, guess what? Basic 101 philosophy of science. You have to make assumptions. Oh, no, we don't assume anything. Little does Jim Bob know, evolution doesn't assume a single thing. It's all just scientifically developed and established. There's no assumptions. Dude, an honest evolution proponent would say, of course there's assumptions. This is science. We need to make assumptions.
Before the word process.
That is true. That's a good thing to point out as well. And keep in mind that if I was sitting across from a theologian and having a debate about theology, if I started using theological terms that were outside of what that theologian's understanding of those terms were, we wouldn't be able to have a productive dialogue, really.
Yeah, guess what? I will grant you any of your terms. I do it every debate. I say what evolution is, and I ask if you accept the definition. Guess what? You can come up with a different definition of evolution. Let's say you go with, I don't know, changes in allele frequency. You know what I ask then, Goober Boy? I ask, is changes in allele frequency an observation or a theory? If evolution is a scientific theory and evolution is equal to changes in allele frequency, but you can observe changes in allele frequency, then you have an observation that is the scientific theory. Why would you need a theory? Why would you need a theory if you have an observation? We're more generous? Yeah, well, Christians in general are more generous in every way. Generous, we're charitable in our approach, and we're generous financially. Both. If someone wants to be heard in the chat, from my perspective, people super chat, even generous opposition. With these little goblins, they want all the attention for free. They just want the dad they never had.
I need to have some kind of commonality, some kind of common understanding with that theologian's terms in order to kind of move things on in a debate. And that's not, by the way, a commentary on evolution being a religion for all those people out there that think that it might be. No, what that's a commentary on is the idea that in debate, if you can't agree on terms, then you can't move forward with any kind of dialogue. It's just not going to be productive at that point.
Give me one self-defeating argument I've made. We're giving you the best chance, right? We're highlighting your chats. Not a single reference. Jim Bob's the only one. Where's the self-refuting argument I made? Reference it right now. You won't.
Point. So if I came to a theology debate and I called Jesus a completely different form of Christianity's understanding of him, it would just be bunk from that.
Oh, it's bunk. Says the guy just 2 minutes ago said, where did God come from? Remember that, Aiden? What do you have, a pea brain? You don't understand? What do you have, a fish brain? You just talk about self-refuting. You literally just said 3 minutes ago, then where did God come from? You just admitted, if you come to a theology debate and you don't grant the people their definition, God, in this case, uncreated, eternally uncreated.
From that point moving forward. So the idea that he's not willing to use the scientific definition of evolution, although it is a scientific theory.
No. That's two different claims. The definition of evolution versus whether or not it's a scientific theory, bro. You think if something's just defined as a scientific theory, that's the criterion? Do you think defining something is the criterion? Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, that is actually a problem.
Let's move. And then he denies.
Dude, did you just hear that? They conflate what evolution is defined to be and whether or not it's a scientific theory. The criterion for a scientific theory is a different question of whether or not something is defined as, evolution is this. This is what we think evolution is.
that it's
In fact, if evolution was just simply defined into existence as a scientific theory, when you look it up, it should just say scientific theory. It shouldn't explain anything. It just said it's a scientific theory by definition.
He wants to make sure it's seen as a model and not a scientific theory, and you'll hear here coming up.
Aiden, I'm still waiting. You just said I made a self-refuting argument. I'm still waiting for you to justify that accusation. I bet you won't.
Basically poo-poos the idea of evolution as a scientific theory while offering zero evidence for that. But
I gave evidence for that. Let me say it again, Pipsqueak. Scientific theories require a criterion. Otherwise, everything is a scientific theory. Anything that's a model in your head is a scientific theory. If there's no criterion that's strict for something to be said to be a scientific theory, then anything can be a scientific theory. If you agree with that assessment, phase one, okay, great. Fair enough, Jim Bob. There are necessary preconditions and sets of criterion for something to be considered a scientific theory. Otherwise, we can't say that's not a scientific theory or this is. Great. What is it? What is it? What is the criterion? I have it. You don't seem to have it. Well, maybe not understand them. I'm sure kids would love it if flailing arm marionette explained determinism.
Well, of course, because Jim Bob is somebody that is a debater, understands the level of legitimacy that the idea of scientific theory ascribes to the minds of the average person. Mm-hmm. So,
it's doing meta. They're not talking about. Look, isn't it interesting that in this talk, these two people, they don't once actually get rigorous on what constitutes a scientific theory.
An attempt to divorce that from them.
Hello, Jim Bob. My name is Aiden. Hello, Aiden Linden. How are you doing today? I'm doing good.
He is, whether inadvertently or not, trying to delegitimize it before having even done a single thing to actually address the idea. But
it would help, Aiden, if your critique of me you would say, Jim Bob, just if you're listening to this, even though I have 100 subs, just want to be clear. Here's what constitutes a scientific theory. Notice how they don't say that. They don't tell us. They don't educate you on the matter of what's required for something to be a theory or not. Yet I'm the one doing it.
Let's play this.
And other living organisms are transformed into different forms by the accumulation of changes over successive generations. That's what evolution is claimed to be. What is evidence? The available body of facts and information indicating whether or not a belief or a model or a concept, as Tony called it, or a proposition is true or false. What is a model? I would say that evolution is a type of conceptual paradigm that you try to look back into the past and try to lay it onto the past. A model is a paradigm with a set of assumptions which inform how to interpret data. If the assumptions are wrong about the model, then the model collapses. Models are distinct from scientific theories, which, by the way, watch, they won't counter anything I'm saying. Models are distinct from scientific theories. Why? Because a model could exist, and you could talk about a model, but a scientific theory needs to go through a process. To produce a theory, it needs to go through a process. Evolution does not meet the criterion for it.
Never mind the fact that the scientific community itself roundly disagrees with that.
That's not an argument. The scientific community agreed that all sorts of chemicals were fine with people just years ago. Did you just hear that, you guys? This guy wants to debate me. Listen to what he just said. They giggle. Despite the fact that there are groups of people who agree with something is over success. It's like that's not a methodology, Aiden. Agreement itself is not a methodology in itself. Of generations. That's what evolution is claimed to be. What is evidence? The available body of facts and information indicating whether or not a belief or a model or a concept, as Tony called it, or a proposition is true or false. What is a model? I would say that evolution is a type of conceptual paradigm that you try to look back into the past and try to lay it onto. A scientific theory has to go through a process? No, a scientific theory has to be the butt end of a process, is what I meant. A scientific theory, for something to be a theory, it has to produce, there has to be a process. You're just being bad faith at this point. I literally clarified what I'm saying. Scientific theory is at the tail end of a process. Do you understand? Would you like to grant any level of charity, you scumbag?
The past. A model is a paradigm with a set of assumptions which inform how to interpret data. If the assumptions are wrong about the model, then the model collapses. Models are distinct from scientific theories, which...
They are. They are. Models are distinct from scientific theories.
Which, by the way, evolution does not meet the criterion for.
People agree.
Never mind the fact that the scientific...
Never mind the fact that I'm about to appeal to a fallacy. People agree. People agree with stuff, therefore it's clearly true.
The community itself roundly disagrees with that. Like,
let's talk about the meta of whether or not people agree with stuff.
Just on the very basis of that, who are you, Jim Bob?
I'm a guy who's trying to hold you to the rigor of the scientific method, which has been lost in the last 75 years due to simulation and modeling, attempting to replace it. I wish there were more people like me. Who are you? As if the minority can't be correct about something. And here we go. This is a problem that affirms that this is a problem that we've been talking about for many years now. The problem of this dogmatic approach to scientific consensus, as if consensus is the methodology for science. It's not.
I'm really sorry, but like, who the hell are you? I know that that's really ironic coming from little Jimmy fucking 95 subs.
The thing is, notice how who I am is irrelevant to my arguments. Who I am, this is a genetic type of genetic fallacy, and it's a ad populum fallacy in one. It's two in one. Notice how no amount of how many subs you have or don't have or how many people agree, the question of what I'm saying, the question I'm bringing up still has to be addressed.
With like barely anybody.
So if you said, well, the majority of scientists believe that evolution is a scientific theory because of these reasons, I would say, okay, are those reasons consistent with a rigorous criterion for a scientific theory? Is there any criterion for a scientific theory?
Knowing who the hell my name is, but at least I'm willing to admit that if I was talking theology, I wouldn't be making...
Orthodoxy is a model of Christianity, or no. Christianity, a model of Christianity. No, the two would be inextricably tied together. It's not a model of Christianity. Orthodoxy is Christianity. There's no Christianity and then there's orthodoxy. There's Christianity, and necessarily so it would have to be orthodoxy. Now the question is, what is orthodoxy? There's only really two camp-bam groups that can argue for the term, even in a concept way, orthodoxy, and that's Catholicism and orthodoxy itself.
Some like absolute fucking definitive remark about somebody else's theology and somebody else's worldview the way that you are right now, because that's just ridiculous.
And so it's ridiculous. No argument, Aiden. It's ridiculous. You didn't actually refute anything I said. You didn't even try to steel man what I said.
You are not a professional in that field.
Neither are you.
And you, as somebody that's trying to critique.
And yet I debate professionals. And yet every time you guys bring up a new professional in the field, they're incapable of defending their claims. By that logic, we can just say Christians agree that God exists. And that's right. That's right. Christians agree that God exists. Don't you understand? Despite the fact that the majority of Christians that exist believe God exists.
Even if you had more knowledge than somebody else external to that, which you don't, that does not somehow allow you to say that you alone are capable of dismantling that without actually providing any evidence for it.
What? You didn't even understand my critique. My critique is, listen, do I have to talk slower, Aiden? My critique, which is the evidence is the argument. Necessarily so, a scientific theory requires a criterion. Otherwise, anything could be called a scientific theory. Anything. That's my position. Now, do you accept that? or not?
You would need a vast body of work to be able to make that statement.
Right, and that's why I point
with
that
any
out.
authority, and
they don't even know what the statement is. They're so haze-brained that they don't even know what this. They couldn't even tell you guys what I said.
Jim Bob, your 5 YouTube debates, don't cut it.
That's not an argument either.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
They don't do. You're not going to talk about anything I said. You're not going to actually say back what I said.
Evolution does not meet the criteria.
No, sorry, go ahead.
So, Jim Bob defined model. He said, evolution is a type of conceptual paradigm that you try to lock into the past and lay it onto the past. No, you're looking at things that exist now. And,
in the past.
And of course, you're trying to,
Yeah, you're looking at things now, and guess what you're doing? You're assuming that the inductive patterns that you see go into the past.
Trying to look at things now that you can measure that give us an idea of the time scale and the changes in organisms through time. But you don't try to look into the past and lay it onto the past. You
don't try to lay it onto the past. You don't say, look what we see now, adaptation at the micro level, or let's say the individual level, or the population of a group, and you don't say, look at the adaptation of the beaks. It must necessarily be the case that in the past, with enough changes, it wasn't just the beaks that changes, it was the entire form through successive processes and generations. These guys are actual liars. Evolution is easy to accept. That's not an argument. Evolution is easy to deny. Why can't you just understand it? Do you understand how retarded you are? Evolution is really easy to accept. Why can't Christians just accept it? Okay, evolution is easy to reject. Why can't you just accept it, that it's easy to reject? Do you see that? Do you think this is a good thinking? Why would we trust your thinking? Exile, dude. Exile. There's a certain irony in the insults, your channel size, and reach. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I didn't realize fossils only exist in the past, Jim Bob. I must have been hallucinating when I saw them in the museum. Are they artifacts of the past? Everybody, everyone. I don't want to see a missing right angle in the chat with this comment. Bro. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse.
Don't even know what that means.
It's essentially a claim that somehow evolution is divorced from any modern conceptualization of evidence. Like, he's essentially trying to exclusively place it in the past, which, by the way, this is a repackaging of atheistic criticism towards religion. This is exactly what it is, because when you listen to most atheistic criticism toward the church, it'll be things of the nature of, well, you see all these accounts of the church performing all of these miracles hundreds of years ago. You see all these accounts of these saints.
Oh, now it's gone from it's found in the past to it come. No, we're not talking about the fossil, dude. We're talking about the process that you assume occurred over time that you don't observe. The processes. When you say, here's a fossil, it looks like this other thing. Maybe it evolved from a previous thing. That's an event over time, right? The event is in the past. You don't observe the event now. We're not talking about the fossil itself. The fossil is an artifact of the past. It's an artifact that's frozen in time from the past, right? That thing lived, from your view, how many years ago, right? The life of that thing is an artifact of the past. You're so bad. Either you're dumb or bad faith or both. The process of evolution that the Pakicetus turned into a whale is a claim about the past. Do I need to make this? Do I need crayons? Is this hard to understand? Are you gonna actually deny that? Do you deny that when you say the evolution of the Pakicetus into the whale is a claim about the past? Yeah, it's frozen in time. Yeah, in the sense that it's remaining in a certain condition in time. That's a use of a phrase, Big Bad Mama. That a fossil is an old object that's frozen in a certain condition through time. Frozen in time. Even though you could make a fossil in a week. That's right, Woody. Yeah, exactly. You can make a fossil in a week. Yeah, you can. You can make a fossil in a week.
Based on the bones, as you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones. Yeah. Based
all
on
these,
the bones.
Poor people, and Our Lady of Guadalupe, and the freaking even people like Mother Teresa performing miracles. But
what are you talking about? What does that have to do with evolution?
You never actually find any evidence.
That's not a scientific claim. Miracles are not a scientific claim. It's not a biological claim.
Behind any of that whatsoever, because when you put it in a more modern context, that just falls apart. And he's basically repackaging that and trying to belie it onto evolution and say, well, you can only find it in the past. You don't find it in the modern context, when you can literally, independent of the fossil record, come up with vast quantities of evidence to support the theory of evolution.
That's just asserting the thing in question. Notice how he didn't give any. Look, you can just craft vast amounts of evidence to defend the theory of evolution. Really, isn't that the thing that's in question?
And just an exclusively modern context.
Really, are you going to give some, Aiden?
Well, and fossils are present; they're not the past. We look at fossils.
You mean the modern context can't defend? They can't defend it.
Fossils presently,
right?
It's an active participation in the science.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
No, that's a great point. It's beautiful. It's the active participation in the science. You literally said nothing.
Lapses. Models are distinct from scientific theories, which, by the way, evolution does not meet the criterion for. Evolution does not meet the criteria for what constitutes a scientific theory. So what is it? It's like a hunch. It's a story about the past. It's an assumption of how animals and the parts of animals came to be that we see.
It's just so tiresome. It's so tiresome.
It's so tiresome. I'm not going to actually make a distinction between a model and a scientific theory, and I'm not going to list what constitutes a scientific theory against a non-scientific theory, but I'm just going to appeal to my emotions.
Tiresome to have discussions with.
Oh, he's going to do more meta. These fucking people, man. They never get into the meat. It's just so tiresome to have these discussions, and I'm just going to sit back in my chair and do the meta-analysis and the Yelp review. I'm not going to actually confront Jim Bob on his claim, the assertion that a scientific theory requires, like, certain criterion for it to be considered a scientific theory. I'm instead going to do a meta-analysis.
If people, and the reason why I brought up theological debate earlier.
Oh, not a single relevant point, Aiden.
It's because even though I haven't engaged...
This is why we stopped throwing people in the lockers. We stopped bullying. I'm just so tired.
In like technically, like
I am so tired of him saying claims and then me going back into theology instead.
Formal setting. I'm willing to grant so much more legitimacy to people's theological beliefs.
We're not talking about theology, dude.
As an atheist, when engaging with them theologically.
We're not talking about theology. This is a debate you're reviewing about evolution.
than this guy is willing to grant the theory of evolution, because it's just a giant performative show.
What? No, you didn't counter anything I said, Aiden.
It's not actually an attempt to steel man his opponent's position. There's no...
You're not steel manning my position. It's really simple. It sounds like... I thought you were the thinker here, Aiden. Here's how it would sound. If you were Nitty, let's say, or Colossus, some of the very few good faith people who try to steel man me. This is what it sounds like, dipshit. It sounds like Jim Bob is saying that there's a certain strict criterion for what constitutes a scientific theory. Is that what he's saying? It sounds like he's saying that. Let's look at this. Let's look if what he's saying is true. Is there a necessary set of conditions for something to be looked at as a scientific theory versus not? Let's look at this. You know, that's what Colossus would do. That's what Nitty would do. Jim Bob's fit in a locker. Yeah, I had 3 older brothers. I'm so blessed to have been bullied and shot with frozen paintballs.
Attempt at any kind of Socratic dialogue that's going on here. He's just making a bunch of performative statements that are...
A performative statement? What does that mean? You're literally doing a performance right now by avoiding what I'm saying and doing a meta about the saying in versus what I'm saying. Bad faith, Aiden. Shame. The entire tactic is, when pressed on things that Evo can't demonstrate, resort to 1, incredulity, ad populum, and then obfuscate with a story. Yeah, but don't forget, Chaw, talk about theism. Don't forget about that.
All in the attempt to try and delegitimize this idea. And it's just so tiresome. Like, why can't any of these creationists just come at evolution from the perspective of it being a scientific theory that has...
Are you serious? Did you just say that? Why? Look, guys, why can't any of these people who oppose that evolution is a proper scientific theory, why can't they just come at it from that it is? I'm so confused. Fucking serious, dude? Did you have an accident? Are you wearing a helmet? Yes, he just said that, you guys. He just said that. Does that mean, yeah, slow-mo. We need slow-mo. Dude, Aiden, what is wrong with you?
The reason why I brought up theological debate earlier is because even though I haven't engaged in it in like a technical, like a formal
this is so horrifying for you.
Setting, I'm willing to grant so much more legitimacy to people's theological
Why can't they just grant me everything?
Beliefs as an
See, I'm just questioning whether or not... I'm so tired of this. Jim Bob brings up a point that I'm going to not acknowledge, which is there has to be a distinct criterion for a scientific theory versus a not scientific theory. A viable hypothesis versus a non-viable hypothesis. And you know what? Instead of engaging with that, I'm just like so fed up that he can't just grant it.
Atheist when engaging with them theologically than this guy is willing to grant the theory of evolution, because it's just a giant performative show. It's not actually an attempt to steel man his opponent's position. There's no attempt at any kind of Socratic dialogue.
The Socratic dialogue is evolution, does evolution, as it's posited, fit the criterion for a scientific theory? That's the Socratic dialogue, douchebag.
That's going on here. He's just making a bunch of performative statements that are all in the attempt to try and delegitimize this idea. And it's just so tiresome. Like, why can't any of these creationists just come at evolution from the perspective of it being a scientific theory that has an absolute mountain of evidence behind it.
Why? Why? What, Aiden, I wonder why. Oh, boy. That's funny, man. That is just so funny.
None of them can. Because they understand that if they did that, it would be so much more difficult for them to dismantle it as a...
Yeah, that would be. It would be. That would apply to anyone holding the oppositional position, dum-dum. What are you, a genius? There's a debate. One's affirming and one's cross-examining. Why can't the person cross-examining just grant all of the assumptions? It would be so... It'd be so much easier to concede. You know why? Because it would be harder to debate then. This is how absolutely effing dumb these people are. This is how dumb they are. He just said it would be so much harder for the opposition to debate against it if they granted and conceded to everything. Yeah. What are you, a winner? What are you, some sort of perpetual winner? Why can't they just grant everything that we're just arguing for? Yeah. Why can't they do it? I don't understand it, you guys. It's so confusing. Thank you so much for that. Viver for the goal. Thank you so much. And this one too. Thank you so much. One more to go. 20 seconds. Why can't they do it, you guys? It's so confusing. They could win if they concede. Dude, this is just so dysgenic. You're not dealing with the best arguments. That's bad faith. What best argument? Did you hear an argument yet? Did you hear an argument yet? Did you make an argument yet? What are you talking about? It's bad faith that I'm not dealing with the best arguments? Tell me the best argument. I was under the impression that my last two debates were against one, an evolutionary biologist, and another guy who's a professor. That was my understanding, is that's what happened. What are you talking about? Tell me the best argument. Look, I'll highlight it in the chat, guy. Tell me the best argument. If you're saying I'm bad faith because I'm not dealing with the best argument, here's good faith. Show me the best argument. I'll put it up on the screen for 10 minutes. Give me the best argument.
Set of ideas.
Zero arguments.
Yes. So they just want to make it more convenient on themselves. And in the service of that, they misrepresent it.
How is it misrepresented?
He just...
Still not saying anything. Yeah, if I graded your whole worldview, it'd be really hard to debunk your worldview. Yeah, dude.
Dismisses it, in two or three ridiculous sentences, he tries to dismiss it. And at this point, it just seems like it's a dishonest tactic.
No counter arguments. They're not taking what I'm saying. They're doing meta analysis and psychological reports on why I'm saying it. It's so low tier, you guys. You guys suck.
To be doing that.
You guys suck. You're so terrible. You're just terrible.
As you said, you should be able to steel man the person's argument.
Oh, how interesting. You should be able to steel man, and I'm waiting for you guys to steel man my position.
And this guy gave an argument in his opening.
These people suck so bad. They're just such projectors. Jim, I was great 100. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, my great-great-grandfather was a raccoon. Isn't this ironic, you guys? I literally said in this opener here, a scientific theory, one first contention among many against evolution is that it's touted as a scientific theory. That's one bullet point. Scientific theories require a criterion to be met. My argument is evolution doesn't meet the criterion. It was very clear. That's how you steel man my position, guys. It was very clear. Evolution, how it's presented, doesn't meet the criterion for what constitutes a scientific theory. And they're going on about the importance of steel manning.
And
fucking pig snakes, man. They're just pig snakes.
Jim Bob just glossed over that for his own. He's got his own script, you know.
Right, he has a prepared statement, and whether
he has a prepared statement in a debate. Oh, that's an interesting critique. Guys, this is so bad faith. He came to a debate with a prepared statement, and it's like, when is he going to give it up? Evolution meets the strict criteria for scientific theory, strong empirical evidence, support, testability. No, it doesn't. Vesper, it doesn't. Testability is the thing that you can't test. You can't test. There's nothing testable. I would argue you don't even have the observation, let alone the testability. No, you don't have any of that, Vesper. Just claiming you do doesn't. If that was true, Vesper, you could take us through one step by step. And watch, it's my favorite thing to do. Here, Vesper, see if you can pay attention for long enough. What's the observation? Oh, this is another tactic. Okay, explain the Kuhn chain. That's not an argument. Explain genes. Genes are there for functions. Similar genes in similar places, similar functions. There, I explained it. Not an argument anyway. Well, then explain this. No, you're the one who's holding the evolutionary view. Explain it then. No, I'm not arguing your position for you, freak.
His opponent came out and literally quashed every single point in that prepared statement. I somehow don't imagine that he would have like, oh, I'm going to come up with a new one on the spot now. No, he would have just fucking read it anyway.
That's true.
No wonder this guy wants to hold to a creation view, because he doesn't want to defend evolution.
Because he's a performer.
I'm a performer?
Today, some sort of...
Yeah, I'm a performer. What's the problem? Performers can't say true things?
Process is what's being argued, right?
More fallacies.
The debate involves several components: models, data, evidence, and cause. It's important to note that there's a difference between evidence and a model.
Come on, Vesper. Let's start from this top. Scientific method. Observation. What's the observation? Come on, guys. You can all do this. What's the observation?
A model looks at data, interprets the data through the model, but the model itself is not the evidence. If there is data that does not fit the model, then the model itself...
That's absolutely ridiculous. Like,
that's absolutely ridiculous.
Obviously, nobody out here is saying the theory of evolution is evidence for evolution.
No, they do, actually, when you press them. Look at my Peterson debate. The evidence is the evidence. What are you talking about? Of course they do. They do it all the time. It's funny you say you were shot by frozen paintball. My little brother still has a pellet stuck in his calf. Exactly. We grew up right. We did it
like
right.
He's just shadow boxing right now. Like, are you? This is just the definition of a filibuster.
What are you talking about? This is an opening statement.
He wants it to be seen as like we're presupping evolution as fact, or the theory of evolution as fact, because of his own precepts regarding God.
This is unfortunate. You can't engage with that very basic point. What basic point? What basic point? I asked you what the argument is. You just told me I'm not engaging with the best argument. I asked for the best argument. Where is it? Where is it? You telling me what's unfortunate doesn't... That's not the argument, is it? That's not the argument. I asked for the argument. You said you're avoiding the best argument for evolution. What is it? You come back with, it's unfortunate you can't even engage with the very basic point. Tell me the point. What's the best argument? Tell me. Tell me it.
You know.
Right, but like here, I'm gonna go back like just a little bit and replay that.
Yeah, I'll replay it. Notice how he's not refuting anything.
A model looks at data.
Even if someone didn't do that, what I said is still accurate.
Interprets.
A model is a view of something that then you make sense of data. You got to go easy on them. They haven't evolved the genes to understand formal debates yet.
The data through the model, but the model itself is not the evidence.
Like literally, how is that not a perfect? How is that synonymous with saying the theory of evolution is not evidence for the theory of evolution? Like,
yeah, that's a fair thing to say, right? You can't interpret the evidence from the theory. That's the point. And yet, this is what you guys do. You interpret evidence as if you already established the theory and it's interpreting the evidence. Well, that's not how a scientific theory works. Scientific theory is the butt end of observation, testability. It's not the thing that interprets it. The argument is that we share broken genes that map on... No, that's what you're asserting. That's not an argument. That's an assertion. Do you know the difference between an assertion and an argument? The assertion is that we share broken genes. No, you're assuming, right? Look, this doesn't even map onto certain butterflies, dude. You're talking about sections of the genes that share similarities between two things, and that you're making an assumption that could only happen if we have a shared ancestor. And you're claiming that they're broken, too. There's so much smuggled into your assumption there. That's an assumption. That's not an argument. That's, at least at best, that's one premise of an argument. You don't have an argument. You have an assumption. Like, if you look at that stuff, and you look at the chromosomes, and you're like, oh, look, clearly we lost one, this is what they do. This is what you guys try to do. You try to say, look at the similarities. They're just too off. It must be the case that there was like some moment that happened, and you go, what's that moment? They're like, I don't know, right? But then you look at, there are butterflies. There's a butterfly that looks identical, right, to another butterfly. All the spots are in the same spot. They're the same size. They're the same color. They're visually identical. One has like 28 chromosomes, and the other has like 232. And you're like, well, no. It is the case when we look at similarities between these two anatomically looking things and look at the difference in their chromosome numbers and go, well, it must have fused and we branched off and, this kind of stuff happened. And yet you don't apply the same reasoning to the butterfly, because you know that the massive difference between the 232 and the 28 or whatever it is so massive, you couldn't just say there was some sort of like fusing that happened, short circuit fusing or whatever, and the telomeres capped it off, right? And you were like, oh, it's got capped off. We're just how many short? We're just 204 short. The broken genes are in the bones. It's just storytelling.
Like, that's exactly what you're saying right now, dude. It's the definition of a filibuster.
And there is data that does not fit the...
Nobody. Literally nobody.
Model, then the model itself is in question. I would argue the model of evolution itself is in question. It's also important to note that models do not establish or explain the actual physical processes that my opponent will ultimately run from explaining. An explanatory description of this process...
Once again, like...
Dude, let me just finish my opener, you creep. When similarity is convenient, it's evidence. When similarity is missing, it's also evidence. That's right, Chow. That's right.
My opponent will ultimately run from explaining, like, dude, way to fucking immediately just establish that you're bad faith at the very...
It's not bad faith.
...beginning here. You don't know what's going to happen over the...
No, I do know what's going to happen.
...course of the debate.
If we share non-functional DNA, how did you determine non-functional DNA? How did you determine that? Everything up to this point you thought was non-functional turns out to have some function. How do you determine something's non-functional? Found in the same location and broken in the same with other primates, then likely share common ancestor. Nope, that's not true. You're just you're just asserting something. You don't have an argument, you have an assertion. Apparently, the last comment, when I established an assertion, is different than an argument. You're just not getting it. Your best argument is an assertion? How did you determine something's broken? That's to say it has a proper function and it was a dysfunction. How did you determine anything was a dysfunction, bucko? We likely share? How did you determine likelihood? So things are similar in similar spots that do similar things, in this case, that don't do anything. Therefore, common ancestry? No, that doesn't follow. That's not even logically valid. It's not even logically a valid argument itself in its form. If there's a gene for eyesight, then it makes sense that any creature with eyesight would have that gene or something similar coding in a similar spot. That doesn't mean... Yeah, exactly. It's just talking about function. In this case, they're appealing to dysfunction, but that's another thing in question. What's dysfunction? How do you determine that something's not functional? How do you determine that? You can't. Now, did Vesper give me my first, because I'm doing multiple things here, did Vesper give me my first observation?
You don't know whatsoever. So the fact that you just assume off rip that...
No, it's called rhetoric, dude. That's what debating is. You rhetorically present the outcome to the audience, and when it happens, you score a point. And you, as the debater, your job is to not let that happen. Not let their prediction happen. Making predictions, ironically, in a debate about science, making predictions about what the debater is going to do in a fallacious way and them doing it is actually a good point. You goblin. It's observable and testable through... No, dude, what's the observation, Vesper? Oh, man. It's observable and testable. Yeah, that's the thing you said before. And I asked, let's go one step at a time, Vesper, you junkie. They can't even listen. What's the observation? We look at observations and testability, and it tells us the thing that I'm arguing for. Yeah, what's the observation?
You're just going to win the debate.
They used to do things. How do you know that? It used to produce vitamin C. Okay, and then is it stopped forever? Look, this is even worse for your argument. This is even worse for your argument, man. You know why this is worse for your argument? You're looking at something that actually has a purpose in doing something. And you're looking at two things that share a purpose that do something. Right? That produce vitamin C. That means it has a task. So what's your argument? Two different things have a similar task? Okay, apply that to wings, apply that to eyes, apply that to the liver. Look at the liver. The livers in this generally does the same thing across vertebrates that have livers. It must be the case that we all came from the first ever other thing, right? This is, dude, it's nonsensical. So dumb.
It is fundamentally arrogant of you to do.
Arrogant.
And it's more than just arrogant. Like I said.
Oh gosh, cry me a river, dude.
It's bad faith because it assumes an outcome that hasn't even happened yet.
Yeah, then, okay, so then predicting science and predicting outcomes is bad faith because it hasn't happened yet? It's bad faith to predict the weather. It's just bad faith, you guys. There's two models, and one's just predicting an outcome, and that's just bad faith altogether. If you predict an outcome, it's just so arrogant of you. You freaking whiny, you little whining weasel.
So, whatever.
Evolution is absolutely necessary, and here's why. We are looking for evidence of evolution. It's in the title. Evolution is a process by which animals, plants, and other living organisms are transformed into different forms over successive...
Vagine, what do you have to say about this?
How do you reply to the argument that microevolution plus time equals macroevolution? This is the most common argument I encounter.
Yeah, I would say that's an extrapolation fallacy and a composition fallacy, because it's more so the latter too, because when you say microevolution, it's really taking what's considered adaptation, which means that if you see some organism alter itself in response to stimuli, the question is whether or not it was already coded to do that, one thing. But two, if you're looking at the micro, how bacteria behaves, or how this behaves, or how fungus behaves, how flies behave, or whatever, if you look at that, you can't say flies behave this way and something changed with the flies, but it's still a fly. Therefore, flies used to not be flies. It doesn't follow. Because the changes that happen within a body, the body itself has to have a universal category. Human body, fly body, bacterial, these are themselves categories. Looking at things that happen within the categories and calling them changes could be granted. Saying that means that the very category itself changes is a different claim altogether. It's fine. You can be creationist, just implausible. We're not talking about creationism. How are you guys so predictable? We're arguing evolution from the perspective that creation isn't even there. You can't defend it, dude.
Successive generation.
Yeah, but you guys are creationists. I can't defend anything I'm saying, but you guys.
So it's reasonable to expect to know what this process is claimed to be in order to establish whether or not there's evidence for it.
Yeah, something individually and something collectively at the universal level, the category can't evolve into something that it's not. It violates the law of identity.
Now, what we really hear most of the time is,
Jimmy, you're a clown. Yeah, no arguments, though. Fine, I'm a clown. How is it that a clown is capable of decimating all of these evolution proponents?
Things change.
It makes your position even worse.
My
Nope, that's also a fallacy. You don't need to provide a better model. That's a fallacy. Do you care about fallacies? No? Okay, that's fine.
My opponent tonight, he just argued in his opening. Things change. He just assumed it, right? Yeah, that's the claim. Things change. I want to know how it changed. How did it actually happen? Right, because this is a naturalist claim. This is about causal effects in nature, right? Yep. For example, evolution is claimed to be the process by which a liver developed. Surely knowing what the alleged process is would help us determine if it's true or not. Well, my opponent doesn't know the process.
Pixie Storms comes in, by the way. Welcome, Pixie, to the stream. Hope you're doing well. They say that's definitely the same Jim Bob. He was an obtuse ass in his debate with that LDS guy. But that's the only debate I've ever seen of his. Says, hey, Pixie, and re-examination comes in and says,
you know what's crazy is, like, without modern technology and medical care, all of these people would be dead.
My opponent has a smaller guitar collection than I. That's true. That's true. I don't even see one of them in the background over there. His arguments are bullshit.
What?
Of the liver developing. He doesn't know how a liver became a liver. He doesn't know how Pakicetus became a whale, but he's asserting that it did in fact happen. That would be like him arguing for evidence that a murder took place, but he didn't even know what a murder was. Instead, he's going to interpret data through a model without realizing the model itself is in question. This will.
I want you guys to understand how brutal this clarification is here. To argue that an event took place, but you don't know what the event is this is what evolution actually does. It's arguing that a long-term event happened, but they can't tell you what the event is. We know what a murder is. We know all the variations of, to some extent, how that could happen, right? There's a cause to it, maybe, if there was a murder. There was an intent to it, if there was a murder. You can examine it from the perspective. You have a level of particulars that you can generate some inductive claims about. You have access to all of it. You know what a murder is. That's an event. Did this event happen? How am I supposed to know if the event happened if I don't know what the event is? You don't even know what a murder is. We're going to investigate the thing that we don't know what it is. Seriously.
Will ultimately show itself to be an epistemic loop. Now, after the loop, we're going to push them on more granular claims about evolution, because that's what we're talking about. Evolution is a process that's claimed to have happened.
Lord forgive me. Dude, you know what's funny, Alex? I just watched your stream, and I was just like, yes to all of it. I was like, oh, control my language. Control my rage, please, God, grant me patience and grace. Just so funny coming off of that stream. I was like going like this the whole stream. I was like, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I got to look at that. I got to look at that myself. Oh man, that's me. Now look at me.
Inside the world of biology, inside the world of genetics. My opponent will do anything it takes tonight to keep the focus off of the granular mechanical claims and keep it on his fossil fetish. Why? Because then he doesn't...
Keep it on his fossil fetish. All right, bro.
That'd be good.
All right, bro. See, they even laugh at me. They know it's funny. They know it's good rhetoric.
Band name.
That would be a good name. That would be good. Primarily.
See, they can't even say Jim Bob has good rhetoric. I'll give him that. They can't even do that.
Oldies music. That's all.
They're not allowed to.
But it's just like. It's so tiring. Like, I get it, dude.
It's so tiring. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. Pedicures are exhausting.
Script.
Vacationing is actually quite exhausting.
And you want to look big and bad, and you want to look tough. But For anybody that's actually trying to take this as like a serious debate, I don't know. I just roll my eyes, even if it's an atheist.
I bet you roll your eyes a lot.
And they're like sitting across the room from a...
I just roll my eyes. Who admits to that? I just watch this and I just roll my eyes.
Christian, and they're like, you know, this Christard is gonna fold under the arguments that I've got here today because they're scared of the truth. I'd just be rolling my eyes in the back of my head and go, oh my god, just get to the fucking point already and say something, please.
Aiden, I want you to note, wait a minute, and I want you to note, and the audience to note, that Jim Bob reduces evolution to random mutation.
Not ultimately, but that's the first you need. So there are 4 mechanisms that I'm more than happy to get into. But in order to get into the subsequent ones, you need to start with this mechanism that produces a trait that can then be, quote, judged by the external environment and put in its place, either death or survival. I don't grant you the appendages that are produced.
And he just repeats that over and over again. While he knows damn good and well about natural selection, I'm sure he probably even knows about sexual selection and maybe about genetic drift. But these are known processes of evolution that he conveniently leaves out because he wants to reduce it to random mutation.
Well, yeah, there's a reason I do that, bucko. It's because you have to say that if there's such a thing called sexual selection, you need the appendages and the tool belt for sex. But under evolution, that view, there has to be a process that produces the tool belt. We don't just grant you the tool belt. That has to be a process itself to create. But that's the thing. It's endless regress. That's the whole point. Just like you could do this at the level of the flagellum, or you can do this at the liver or the brain or anything else. Anything you look at exists because its parents had it, but its parents needed it. So you're constantly caught in this chicken or the egg problem because the thing that you're pointing to that's a part of a population, you say, well, it has that because those are the traits that it got passed down. And you go, okay, sexual selection passes down the appendages and the traits or whatever. How does the first thing get the traits to begin with? It's like, oh, it just has them. It passes down the trait of passing things down. Is passing down traits a trait itself? Is that a trait? The trait of being able to pass things down? No, that's just required. We just need that.
Of course, because the most simplistic form of the argument is going to be the one that's going to be easiest to pick apart. If he had to pick apart 5 or 6 different components of the argument, that's going to be way more difficult for him to do. You know, I'm starting to sense a common theme with this guy. I'm starting to sense that this guy wants to take as many...
I'm sensing a theme with you, and it's the theme is AIDS.
Shortcuts as possible over the course of this argument for the sake of just making things a little bit easier on him. That tends to happen when you're...
No, dude, that's the opposite. It actually makes it easier on my opponent to just look at one thing. Let's just look at genetics. Let's just look at this idea that mutation, a thing that happens as an event, over time produces, in conjunction with anything else you want, produces, I don't know, the limbic system, the brain, the heart.
You're the one with the strong argumentation in a debate, right? I don't know. Just wanted to...
Not a single counter argument. It's all meta with these people. They never actually talk about anything I'm saying.
I'll throw that out there.
Then explain an explanation for the process. Well, I'm sorry, but the claim that things are similar, and because they're similar, one turned into another, that's claiming a process that you need to explain what that process is. You have to explain the process and the mechanism. So
it's entertainment. Well, I'll tell you what, Mod. Entertainment ought be done in entertainment spaces, as far as I'm concerned.
And what? Debates can't be entertaining? Who makes the rules, AIDSy?
Like, a debate is supposed to be a thing where ideas are supposed to be...
Listen, Aidson, why do you get to make the rules?
A debate is supposed to be really serious with no entertainment value and no performance. It's supposed to be dead. It's supposed to be empty and soulless. It's supposed to be 2 robots debating. That's what it's supposed to look like.
Contested, right? Like, I don't know. I thought that was the whole point. If you want to have, like, a bloodbath sort of, like, fucking I yell at you and you yell at me, and it's basically just a giant glorified argument.
Or something in between. Is that okay with Aiden? Is that okay with you, Aiden?
Then fair enough. But that's not what a debate typically is.
It typically is.
Debate is supposed to be two people that are sitting across from each other and exclusively talking about the ideas. And already Jim Bob is having to fucking throw a whole bunch of assumptions in about his opponent right at the very beginning. My opponent's going to do this. My opponent's going to do that.
And lo and behold, he did all of it.
That's not a fucking academic or even adjacent to an academic style debate.
Who said this is an academic debate? It's modern day debate, dude. Cool your jets. Who said it? Who said this is an academic debate on modern day debate? Is anyone saying that? Is there anyone serious that looks at these debate channels and these debate formats and goes, this is a very academic debate happening? It doesn't matter how beautiful your theory is. It doesn't matter how smart you are. If it doesn't agree with the experiment, it's wrong. Yeah, unfortunately. Man, isn't that the truth right there? 2 more, 1 minute, y'all. Speaking of experiments, the chat goal itself is an experiment, and we need 2 more variables to make the experiment work for it to become a theory.
Debate. So if this...
Yeah, I predicted every one of his arguments and every one of his tactics. That's actually one of the tactics of debate.
Evolution isn't this. Evolution isn't that. I mean, he's also doing that with just the theory of evolution, trying to pigeonhole it, by saying it's not a theory. And I agree. And it can be. Can't this be entertainment and informative at the same time?
Oh, thank you. Geez, a reasonable person.
That's true. And I one of the main reasons why I say that is I just get the distinct impression that if PhD Tony came in here throwing all this shit about Jim Bob and saying Jim Bob's going to do this.
Didn't didn't he talk about my mom in the debate? I'm pretty sure he brought up my mom in the debate.
Jim Bob's going to do that and malign Jim Bob's character rather than actually just arguing the theory of evolution.
Yeah, and coincidentally, he did that.
I feel like the reaction might be a little bit different.
True.
Oh, true. Watch the whole debate, though.
So, I don't know.
You don't know anything. You don't know a damn thing, dude. You don't know anything. I don't know. 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 So what do we got so far? This guy he didn't counter my first obstacle for them is you shouldn't be calling it a scientific theory. What that does, for my side of things, for our side who is arguing against evolution, it sows doubt. That's the whole point. If they're teaching this as a scientific theory and there's a massive epidemic of teaching things that they don't even actually meet the criteria for scientific theory, it would be probably a good thing for knowledge, right? For truth itself, for science, right? To know. Wouldn't it be a good thing? Like, I would just ask these people straight out. If it were the case that that evolution was touted as a scientific theory, and lo and behold, it didn't meet the criterion, isn't that something we should know? They wouldn't even be able to answer that question. What is the process for purpose-driven biological function arising from non-function? Answer, mutation, selection. Get the cages. I'm done with this. Seriously, dude. That's where I'm at.
This isn't a debate. Where's the TOEFATs? Oh, sorry, the top hats. He put that together as a word, so it was TOEFATs. In my mind.
Don't.
That sounds like the name of like a goblin in Gringotts Bank in Harry Potter. TOEFATs, go get the gold for Mr. Potter. Anyways.
What is the mechanism? Well, the mechanism which is allegedly responsible for guiding Pakicetus, a massive transformation into a whale in little under 15 million years, is random mutation. That's what you're saying is the mechanism. So let's look at some random mutation. The most common mutations that occur are neutral, which is to say that they do not fundamentally change anything, the sequence or anything. They're often copies of existing information that don't do anything. The next common mutation is deleterious, which means for the mutations that do change something.
Uh-oh, we got Vagine. She's going to say something. Watch out.
Imagine predicting an opponent's argument, dismantling said argument during your opening, and the only thing your opponents can do is cry about it.
That's right. That's why this is called Atheist Tears. Because that's all we got so far is tears. Tears from Aidson.
for instance, protein structure or regulation, most of these mutations are harmful in the long run and the short run because they disrupt finely tuned biological systems. Now,
right. So if mutation was the only component of evolution, you're right. The theory of evolution really wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, would it?
Nope, that's not the argument. You're not steelmanning. They're not steelmanning me. I didn't say it's the only.
It's almost like there's other things at play besides mutation.
Right.
I didn't argue otherwise.
Which he conveniently left out, and Jim Bob knows damn well what those are.
The type of mutation that my opponent has to appeal to, which is responsible for producing hyper-specialized features like a liver or beneficial mutations, this type of mutation is this thing called the beneficial mutation happens to be the least common, the anomaly, the anomaly, and that's being charitable that it's beneficial, by the way. Even if we granted there's a thing called the beneficial mutation, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, organisms that have deleterious mutations, they die without reproducing often, and so those mutations don't get. They're not present in subsequent generations.
Yeah, no shit, dude. That means you have to appeal to the kinds of mutations that we don't even observe, but the types of mutations that would produce something beneficial. And then all of evolution first, right? I break it down like this, you guys. Evolution, the view of it is like a factory. And the factory part that makes the part is genetic mutation. It does a thing, and then there's some sort of change, and then the change leads to some sort of accidental mechanism that does a thing, and then it gets to the other side of the factory where you're doing quality control, and quality control is natural selection. It's the environment, by the way, made up of other randomly produced particulars, organisms, populations. It determines whether or not that factory-made thing is suitable. So it kills it or not, right? What we find, right, from this view, what we find is mutations as we know it are either neutral or they're harmful. And the rare one that they're trying to argue is responsible for all of this immaculate engineering that we have in our bodies is not only the least mathematically plausible, it's not observable in any meaningful way. And that's the thing, that's the core maker in their factory. That's the core machine. That's their signature machine.
Right.
Jim Bob does not differentiate any sort of detail about any of these neutral mutations or beneficial mutations or deleterious mutations.
Right, and he wants to get into the whole idea of well, you could argue whether or not beneficial mutations are even beneficial, and it's yeah, in a vacuum, you would be correct.
Right.
In a vacuum?
Beneficial mutations would not be beneficial.
No, beneficial is only post hoc, right? Evolution, when you argue there's a process that happens, the thing's not producing a beneficial mutation. It's not producing anything that has any meaning in the directionality of beneficial. It's accidental. It produces an incidental thing, an incidental part that incidentally does a thing, accidentally, but it either accidentally does it really efficiently or not. That's the crazy philosophical aspect of evolution. Evolution does reduce to the statement, accidental processes produce efficiency. Accidentally hyper efficient, not even partly efficient. Like you look at the parts of our body in relation to other parts in the body. Not only the independent thing called the body part does its thing very impressively, its relationship to other things is impressive. And it's a multiplicity of things that work together accidentally. They hate this. They hate this philosophical reduction, but it's true from their view. That's what they have to say. Hence, the Not a Professor Dave clip was so viral because he was so arrogant in saying his own brain produces accidental responses and ultimately exists accidentally, but we should trust it because he's right. It's like an insane person who needs to be put in an asylum. I always found the most reasoned argument for evolution would be that we should suspend logic first, pretty much.
However, in the process of natural selection, like for example, the polar bear. The polar bear wouldn't have had any advantage whatsoever of having not white fur, which is what most people think that it has, but translucent fur compared to the brown or black fur of their other counterparts.
This is already a contradiction. The polar bear wouldn't be the polar bear unless it had this translucent skin, hair that reflected light quite well, right, making it hidden to its prey. Well, according to you, the bear existed in some category previous to its translucent hair, right? Talk about looking at things in a vacuum. You see what I'm saying? They really never think about this. They think of the polar bear as a bear that's sufficient for what it is and what it does because it has white fur, and yet they hold to that there was a pre-existing thing that was just as sufficient in not having translucent fur that accidentally developed translucent fur because it was successful. Well, no, it was successful to be able to develop it to begin with. So it didn't actually need it. It didn't actually need the translucent hair. It incidentally produced it.
They wouldn't have an...
If it incidentally produced it, it was quite capable of surviving and being exceptional at what it does, even without that hair. So they're like, see? Now it makes sense. Well, no. The question isn't whether or not you can point to things that seem to be advantageous for the environment. The question is, was the bear once not a bear? Was there a time that the polar bear came from not a bear entirely? Not even in the bear category?
An advantage over their counterparts if natural selection didn't allow them to breed more successfully than the black or brown bear or Kodiak bear. So they ended up taking over a particular part of an environmental niche on one part of the planet because they were so successful at what they...
See? Successful. Listen to the story. Think about this, guys, in a book format. The polar bear, along with all the other creatures that have white fur or translucent fur that appears to be white because of the reflections, all of them, they exist where they exist because they're good at existing where they exist. And if they didn't look the way they did in where they exist, then they wouldn't exist the way they exist. And yet, they had to exist in a different way to produce these features to exist in this new way in this place. So let me get this straight. So did the environment perfectly change perfectly with the changes of all these animals that produce ostensibly white fur? Or did the polar bear and all the other things exist just fine reproducing in this environment with the cold and everything else, and they just all accidentally produced, incidentally, all of them, unrelated animals, incidentally produced ostensibly white fur?
They did. I just don't understand why this has to be so compartmentalized unless he's being purposefully dishonest.
Every time. I'm being dishonest. I'm just being dishonest.
Yes, I agree. He is being dishonest here.
Oh, he's just being dishonest, you guys. More tears from the atheist. Well, we're not going to try to understand what he's saying and what his contention is. We're just going to call him dishonest. That seems to be an honest tactic.
And explain the change from one universal category of animal to another over 15 million years. For example, he says the wolf-like land animal, Pakicetus, eventually evolved into a whale. That is a process. So let's use their model to look at Pakicetus to whale transition and see if this...
So they bring up Pakicetus here, which they talk about. Pakicetus was wolf-sized.
That's what I mean by wolf-like, dude. Just get over it.
Not wolf-like.
Unbelievable. You guys suck. You should be kicked out of society.
And
right. These types of people they shouldn't exist in society.
Well, it was actually... when Jim Bob says that the Pakicetus is wolf-like, it wasn't actually wolf-like. It was wolf-size, which is a type of wolf-like. And so...
over the wall.
there's a big difference between those terms, because Jim Bob several times in this, he says,
it doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant point. Let's say if it wasn't a wolf-like thing, it was just a wolf-size-like thing. It doesn't matter.
That it was wolf-like, almost like wolves descended into whales.
Right.
And
it doesn't matter if it was a wolf or not a wolf, you prick.
And it's dishonest again. It was just the fact that it was wolf-sized.
Who cares? It's wolf-sized.
And that's really important when you think of the fact that Pakicetus actually shares a lot closer of a relative to a modern deer compared to that of a
Great, it was a deer-like animal. Who cares?
Wolf, which is, last I checked, not a predatory species, has a very different phenotype than a wolf. Because of that, it's going to have a very different layout in terms of where its eyes are going to be, where its teeth are going to be, what kind of teeth it has, its behaviors. All of those things are going to be changed when you put it into that context. So yeah, he is intentionally skewing things when he says that, because when you think of a wolf-like creature, you're right, you're thinking of a predatory, pack-hunting kind of creature, when that wasn't the behavior.
It doesn't matter, dude. A pig, a wolf, a cow, I don't care, dude. The point is, it's not a whale, man. These people are insufferable, man.
Behavior, right. When that wasn't when none of those behaviors were associated with Pakicetus as we understand them whatsoever.
And, you know, whales, their closest relative genetically is the hippo.
Let's make it a hippo then. Do you think I care?
So you have to keep that in mind. You know how hippos are very water-loving creatures as well.
Are they? Were they always? Hippos are water-loving creatures, but they also weren't at some point, maybe. Does that help? Does that help you? A hippo's like the water, guys. Therefore, whale. Hippos like the water, therefore a whale.
Yeah, and when you look at the diet,
I would decimate. I should do. Do you know what I should when after Lent, I should do a debate where it's me up against like 10 Evo proponents
that these animals had. The
hippo deer.
Pakicetus, as we understand it, began going out into more, not initially oceanic, but low tide environments.
Listen to this story. Listen to this freaking story from these people. Listen to this. This is their biological explanation, guys. Listen. This is what they teach people.
So yeah, he is intentionally skewing things when he says that, because when you think of a wolf-like creature, you're right. You're thinking of a predatory.
Said Pakicetus, more deer-like than predatory, but whales are predatory. They don't care, dude. They don't care. They don't care what they're saying. Fine, it's a deer-like. How does a deer-like turn into a whale? Seriously, it's just so absurd. Because they don't want to get to the meat of it. They're going to do pick from the sides, right? They're going to pick from the table.
Pack hunting.
It's like I'm debating on a table and I drop some crumbs and they're like, you dropped some crumbs. You misworded it. And they spend all the time on the crumbs on the floor where they belong.
Kind of creature when that wasn't the behavior. Yeah. Right. When that wasn't when none of those behaviors were associated with Pakicetus as we understand them whatsoever.
And, you know, whales, their closest relative genetically is the hippo.
Oh.
And so you have to keep that in mind. You know how hippos are very water-loving creatures as well.
Amazing, amazing. I like going swimming. I'm a water-loving creature. I just need I need 15 million years to become a whale. If you love water, you better watch it. You might end up in the ocean and your relatives are taking pictures of you as you do tail flops.
Yeah, and
you better watch it.
When you look at the diet that these animals had, the Pakicetus, as we understand it, began going out into more, not initially oceanic, but low tide environments, because it was searching for low tide creatures, primarily shrimp, from what I understand.
Okay, so it figures out how to eat shrimp in the low tide, therefore it became a whale. Now it's making sense. Now it's making sense. So let me get this straight. The Pakicetus dipped its little hooves in and got some shrimp and decided even though it is super effective in eating shrimp as an extra treat, an extra way to eat, it decides to what? Go fishing? It decides to eventually dip its head underwater. Why? Why? These are the people that tell you to find a stud stretch runner. Yeah, dude. This is their logic. This is how crazy it is. Because you figured out that fish exist, because men dip their feet, right? There are men who live on islands who dip their feet for thousands of years, right? Dip their feet and spear fish. They found the shrimp. Therefore, it's reasonable that they go further in and then become the ocean? Tell me, make it make sense. As we understand it, exactly, dude. As we understand it, this little hoofed creature dipped its little toe-toes in the water and found shrimp. And because it liked the shrimp, and it was effective in eating the shrimp, what it did, it was like, I bet there's something bigger in there. And so it slowly dipped its head underwater. And it trained its other, its nephews and cousins to dip its head underwater until one day it finally made the full leap. Fully water. Because there were bigger shrimp to eat. And it kept looking for, it was like, wow, there must be a lobster version of this. They just abandoned random mutation there. Yeah, a preference for shrimp. That's it. It's not about a random mutation. It's about a preference for shrimp. And if you prefer shrimp, clearly, guys. Clearly, guys. Clearly. That justifies it transforming itself. Pakicetus is evolving. Pakicetus is evolving. Congrats. Your Pakicetus evolved into a whale. The more you learn. Reading Rainbow. If you're having trouble grasping these concepts, maybe take a class. Oh, yeah. No, I took some online classes, and that's all still not a defense, bro. Cope harder. Freak. You guys drooling. You guys drool in the chat. If you're having trouble, well, at least you admit it's a concept. Oh, guys. Hey, listen, guys. Let me just gaslight you. Let me just gaslight you for a second. If you guys in the chat, right? If you guys, you reasonable thinkers, you know, nearly 800 of you, if you're having trouble grasping the concept of a deer turning into a whale because it likes shrimp, maybe you should read a book. F*** off. Gaslighting pig snake. I despise you people with a passion. I despise you people. Models are concepts, bro. Yeah, that's right. Models are concepts. You can have a model for something that has nothing to do with reality. Thank you for finally grasping it, putz.
In order to hunt.
Yeah, I think fish primarily is from what I understand from the wear on the teeth and stuff. But
yeah, the concept is a deer turned into a whale. Thanks for admitting it's a concept.
Definitely, yeah, definitely organisms like that. And anyway, we'll talk more about Pakicetus, I think, as we go on in this debate.
Right. Oh, I hope so. Yeah. Did the ancestors of the woodpecker like the idea of banging its head on a tree multiple times to get food? Yep. It started that one time.
All right, we won't.
And guess what it did, Chris Taylor? It liked it so much it grew a tongue around its skull. It grew a tongue around its skull without any use of the tongue, and eventually used the tongue, even though it didn't need to use the tongue, but it grew a tongue around its head, incidentally, to be used in the future as a very long tongue that goes around its head.
We won't belie the point too long.
Story checks out. There is a peer-reviewed 2008 paper by Durrett and Schmidt called Waiting for Two Mutations, with applications to regulatory sequence evolution and the limits of Darwinian evolution, which calculates how long...
That's right, yeah. I was going to do a Spore gaming night. That would be funny. I play Spore, people call in and defend evolution. Would be pretty epic.
It would take for just two specific mutations to occur and be fixed in a population. We're not...
Even if evolution was a bad model, why should I believe in creationism? That's a tu quoque. Creationism would be a paradigm argument. Evolution is a scientific, proposed as a scientific theory. Creationism is not posed as a scientific theory. This is a category error. It's not an either. You don't, it's presented all wrong, dude. You got your categories all messed up.
That's gay. How can you say what his intentions are? That's dumb. He literally just did that about his opponent, and I didn't hear you say a single thing about that.
Thanks, Missing Mod.
Oh, wait, you said it was entertainment, right? So it's entertainment when he does that. Which, by the way, when the hell did I say what his intentions were? When did I do that?
You said I'm deceptive. That's intent, dude. Being deceptive? You called me like a dishonest person. That's assuming intent, you goblin.
I don't recall saying that whatsoever. What we said was that when he calls it a wolf-like creature, he is doing an intentional obfuscation of the...
No, I'm talking about the size of it.
Facts.
It's not... They're both models of reality. No. Creation, model of reality would need a justification for reality existing. So... If you're agreeing that you don't care what science is or not, then if we're just talking about models of reality, then now you're doing metaphysics. And so you're asking why hold to creation when it comes to a paradigm as opposed to not creation. Well, we would look at the paradigm. Creation gives an account for metaphysics. Creation gives an account for the regularity of nature. Creation gives an account for intentionality, the fact that we are beings who are capable of acting on our will. You need metaphysics for that. So if you agree that science is limited and only reduced to empiricism and inductive claims about the world, science itself doesn't give you the transcendental preconditions for being able to do science. That's why you should lean into examining a creation model. Even if you don't agree with it, you should at least examine it from a philosophical perspective of if it's necessary. If it's necessary to even claim that you're a person with a mind. Like, what's your philosophy of mind? Know thyself. You said know thyself. It's literally in your name. Things like know thyself, you. These are metaphysical claims. What's your justification for your metaphysical claims about who you are, what the world is? You don't have one without a God view. You don't have one. You just grant it to yourself. You're like, no, I'm a person. I can think and I can reason, and there's knowledge out in the world. What's the problem? Okay, you can be a lazy thinker if you want. It's fine. The tongue also acts like a cushion to the brain. With this special tongue, the woodpecker would die immediately the first hit. Yeah, it had to exist in some way without it, right? And not just exist. It has to exist impressively. You know what I'm saying? If the majority of all animals that existed all died, the ones that exist are impressive, definitionally. So do all other models of reality? No, that's the thing, dude. At least you're asking a good question here. There aren't that many models of reality. There's not many assumptions you can start with, okay? And there's not many that can avoid trilemmas. There's not many that can avoid. There's not any except for Christianity that can justify the preconditions for reality. So no, you're saying all. There aren't many models, dude. You act like as many people exist, there are models of reality. No, dude. The entire time I've seen you say wolf-like is assumed and accepted the idea that it means more like a wolf anatomically, not size. No. I'm talking about size. I always read about it that it's wolf size. So I say wolf-like. Wolf-like. Yeah, it's a wolf. It doesn't matter though, dude. What's wrong with you people, man? It's like your brains are actually diseased. It doesn't matter if it was a wolf-like or a deer-like or a hippo-like. Guess what? It doesn't change my critique. I don't care what you think it is. I don't care what you say it is. I don't care what you thought it ate. It's fundamentally, categorically a different thing than a whale is the point, dude.
You don't get to ask those questions.
This is the default way of thinking trained into people. You have to hyperfixate on actual philosophy to undo the precepts worldview forced on you in school. Yeah, it's a lot of work, dude. And this is someone who held an evolutionary view for many years. You're looking at one right now. I'm that guy. I was that guy.
Because when you associate something with a wolf-like creature in your mind mod, do you think of a deer? Because I don't think of a deer. I don't think of a hippopotamus in my
hippopotamus. I don't think a hippopotamus
when I think of those things. But in reality, those things are what you ought to be thinking of when you're thinking about animals that are associated with whales.
Great. Let's switch it. I take the correction. I won't say wolf-like in the future. I'll just say wolf-sized. I'll say deer-like. I don't care.
Not the fucking wolf.
Your model isn't just starting assumptions, as you say. No. You need starting assumptions to have a model, dude. You need assumptions. You need metaphysical, epistemic assumptions to have a model, bro. As you say, evolution in some form of creation could be true simultaneously. Well, I would say evolution ultimately can't be true because it violates the law of identity. You'd have to change what evolution means for it to be true. The way it's posited now violates the law of identity, necessarily can't be true. It's a nominal view. To argue it, to even try to elucidate on what it is, would be to affirm things that it denies. So it's incoherent. Okay? Yeah, fine. Yeah, it's wrong to say the Pakicetus is like a wolf in the sense of its behavior and its category. Its size, fine. But that's what a clarification is, Aidson. I literally made the clarification. What I mean by that is, now that you can take it from now on, if I accidentally say wolf-like, I mean its size. It doesn't matter though, Aidson. It doesn't matter. It's a useless moot point. The reality is it's fundamentally, categorically a different thing than a whale. That's the point.
I'm not talking.
You creeps. You junkies.
This study is not talking about a whole sequence. We're talking about just a pair of regulatory changes, right? Using standard Darwinian assumptions in animals like humans, just two coordinated.
It says wolf size. Yeah, that's what I mean. What's wolf-sized?
Mutations.
I don't know why they should say deer size. Why do they say wolf? It's deer-like wolf size. But if it's wolf size, it's wolf-like in the sense that it's the size of a wolf. It doesn't change anything, dude. It's just such garbage. It's hyena size. It's this size. It's giant capybara size. It doesn't matter. The thing that's like it is that it's not a whale. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. How does evolution violate the law of identity, even if all life were varying by degree? Yeah, how could something that's an identity be varying in what it is? You literally answered your own question, bro. If something's in flux, its very identity isn't fixed. To say that the identity changes is to fix an identity. And you have to say that parts of this identity change. The identity itself has to be universal. For instance, even if you said the ship that changed all of its wood and was updated into new wood, it doesn't change that it's a ship. The question is, what's the ship's name? Is it still that ship? Is it the same ship? Well, the question of whether it's the same ship can be talked about in regards to what it's composed of. Is it new wood? The question that it's a ship, though, doesn't change. Evolution holds that the thing itself, the identity itself, doesn't maintain.
Could be on the order.
Spurg levels are reaching critical mass with this guy. No arguments, though, see? No counter-arguments. Nothing I've presented so far aids and you've refuted. The most important thing starting off was, is there a strict criterion for what constitutes a scientific theory? You guys laughed and scoffed at it, and yet you didn't cover it that maybe it's true. Maybe something does require strict criterion to be called a scientific theory. You didn't cover it. The list is strong, yeah.
Order of 200 million years that it would take, just two, okay? Even in the fruit fly, the Drosophila.
This dude definitely has Magic Johnson's blood.
It was several million years. Now, this immediately raises a flag in Tony's model, right? Because we're using their math. So if the basic mechanism of random mutation...
Pakicetus is disanalogous to wolves because wolves were predatory, but the Pakicetus hunts shrimps. Good catch, prosthetic. They don't care, dude. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. It learned how to hunt shrimp, but it's not predatory.
Plus selection can't generate too small regulatory changes in a biologically reasonable timescale. How is it?
Why do whales have hind legs? They don't. The muscle that you're pointing to that you think is indicative of a leg actually serves a purpose now for mating and for balance. So it doesn't have a hind leg. So why do you lie? Why do you lie? That's like saying there's a hinge that exists inside of an animal. Why does that animal have a kneecap? It is a hinge. Nope. Exactly. The ship analogy, you have to change the planks for this ship here, and not that ship over there. The ship doesn't become a cigar. Exactly. Yeah.
Is it going to account for?
Hold on. Like, once again, he's just throwing terms into the argument there. What do you mean by biologically reasonable timescale, Jimbo?
I mean, based on your own math, what's required, what kind of changes are required in what specific genes for an animal over time to fundamentally cascade into a entirely different animal. That's what I mean. Is that clear? When you look at fruit flies and you say, oh, there's some genetic mutation that renders it incapable or capable of something, or renders some sort of, or activates some response to stimuli or whatever, it doesn't change what a fly is. It doesn't change what the fly is. You can have a category of things which vary degree without violating the law of identity. No, you have to determine what the category is. If a Pakicetus is a category of an animal and it produces a whale, you're not only saying that one thing produces an entirely new category, but you're saying every moment in between is a new category. So you can have a category of things like, let's say, canines. You could have that category, and the only meaningful way to talk about the differences in the category is that the category is itself an identity, a universal category, like this is the category that these little things are in. It doesn't violate the law of identity to have a variation of a thing in a category. Color. We have a variation of color in the category of what color is. There's a variation of color. It doesn't, the category color doesn't turn into soup. Okay? It never turns into not that. That's the category we're talking about.
Right.
What exactly does that constitute?
I actually looked at this paper, Aiden, Purett and Schmidt, the paper, and it was talking about that it takes a long time to wait for two.
Colors are categories. No, color is a category, dude. Stop. Color, plural, color, the category color. Colors are particulars in the category color, and all of it is actually all contained in white light. So light itself, the variation of color never changes what light is. And guess what? Those colors don't change. That's what people bring this up, right? They use language and they use color to argue that you can have universality and changes of things by looking at the color gradient. Well, look, dude, the color gradient, if you go from blue to orange or something, or red to whatever, any variation where there's two polar opposites, the color that you start with, that solid, never changes. That's a type of frequency. That doesn't change. Just because you're looking across time on a gradient, it doesn't follow that these things actually are changing in real time. No. They're actually, the only reason you could see a color gradient between two solid colors is because the frequency, there are multiplicity of frequencies. Those are unchanged. They themselves don't change. The frequency that reflects blue doesn't change into another thing. I love when they bring up the color thing.
Pre-specified.
Because you show how perverse the analogy is in real time. It's great.
Mutations with the indicated probabilities. And evolution doesn't wait for simultaneous pre-specified mutations. And the paper basically says that our previous work has shown that in humans, a new transcription factor binding site can be created by a single mutation in an average of 60,000 years. But as our new results show, a coordinated pair of mutations that first inactivates a binding site and then creates a new one is very unlikely to occur on a reasonable time scale.
See what I'm saying? When I critique that mutations and our understanding of mutations are within the categories of animals that they are. A mutation within this thing, a mutation within that thing, a mutation within the fruit fly. These are all talked about in the category of the animal itself. And yet they go, well, dude, there's a lot of mutations that could exist in 60,000 years. And you go, yeah, within what? ... Wait for it. Within the organism that it is. There's no variation of genetic mutation that you observe that leads you to believe that the thing that it's happening in fundamentally changes what it is, fundamentally, in nature. It's a changing of nature. It violates the law of identity, dude.
So, Jim Bob...
In fact, the nature of the thing would be inextricably tied to what kind of genetic mutations it's capable of having. The thing would be fixed. They're like, no, the mutation decides the nature. Which is it? The nature of the thing, to understand mutations, you have to have the thing that could have mutations to begin with. You need all the structures. You need all of the mechanisms. You need all of the technology. You need all of this to talk about this stuff. There's no amount of genetic mutation you're going to point to in your observations that could lead you to believe that the thing itself eventually trails off in not being itself through some succession of genetics.
But again, I don't know if he's being dishonest or not, but he's basically saying that just changing two mutations can take millions and millions of years for a human, trying to say that that's something against evolution.
It is. It's against the claim that a animal, Pakicetus, can turn into a whale. If a fly, just two basic regulatory gene changes require 100,000 years, and they still remain a fly based on that math, and two regulatory genes changing for a human over 2 million years or whatever, it doesn't change the human. It's still a genetic mutation. The understanding of the genetics and what it does is within the context of it being human. That's why we say when we look at human genetics, when we look at this genetics, when we look at that genetics, we're looking at genetics that are proper to the nature of the animal. If we say genetics is like, in orthodoxy, we have essence energy. The genetics, in this case, some expression would be maybe a pseudo energy. It's proper to the thing, the nature of the thing. The genetics is proper to the nature of the thing. If the nature of the thing is in flux, there is no genetics proper to the nature of a thing because the nature itself changes. You can't say one thing, we studied the genetics of the fly. Did you? Did you? No, you didn't. You're the one saying that the fly itself, that based on the proper, the proper examination, the correct evaluation of genetics within this gene expression of this animal, we are properly understanding it. That's what science does. It looks at it and it correctly talks about the genes within this thing. And then you're saying, and it leads us to believe that the thing itself changes. Well, then you can't correctly assess genetics for a given thing then. Because that given thing is nominal. You're universalizing something that you're denying the universality of. A fly, a mosquito, a bacteria. Your example of color isn't a symmetry breaker for my example. Check my comment above. Why don't you super chat, you greedy pig?
Sorry about that.
No, you're perfectly fine. Re-examination says 8.
These people are so needy and they're greedy and needy. They want all the attention.
You could debate.
They give nothing.
Jim Bob on the moon landing instead. I would absolutely love to debate Jim Bob on the moon landing. That would be fantastic.
He debated on if satellites are real or not.
I would love to debate moon landing theory with Jim Bob. I can't believe people actually think that shit.
Wow, cool incredulity.
Like, What did they think the fucking Saturn V was? Do you think they drew up all these super advanced schematics?
No, the Saturn V existed. That's actually, coincidentally, little Aidzin, that's actually one of my arguments, is that the Saturn V, leading up to 1966, could only fly like 250 miles up. And between 66 and 69, it's capable of somehow figuring out, right, its limitations in 66, 250 miles up. It figures out how to go, I don't know, 235,000, right? And then transfer itself into a new type of combustion. What are you talking about, dude?
And launch this giant fucking rocket in order for sure. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Let's play the video.
Don't get me started, man.
See this, you know.
I thought we're having a conversation. That's fine. See you later. Unfucking believable, these people. They're so passive aggressive.
Flirting with the water and eventually diving in and becoming a whale over 15 million years. Think about that.
I don't understand the symmetry breaker, okay? The symmetry breaker. Okay, you're well behaved enough, okay? The nature of the thing is the genetics. Nope, the genetics is proper to the thing. The genetics is proper to the thing. If the genetics changes, then the thing changes. Nope, that's a violation of the law of identity. This is why it's such a brutal attack on evolution, is when you get into these universals, it falls apart. Look at this. He wrote that, you guys. He wrote this and didn't understand this problem. If A changes, then A changes. If genetics, the thing being described as A, changes, then A is no longer A. I rest my case, dude. How do you not see this as a logical problem? If the nature of A changes, then A changes. The nature of A is genetics. Genetics changes, therefore A is not A. A is now B. Even though if genetics change over time and they're in flux, there's no such thing as A to begin with. Exactly my point, dude. There's no A. There's no such thing as A. It's nominal, incoherent, and you can't make sense of anything. In order to study a thing, the thing maintains what it is. That's the assumption under the philosophy of science for all things. In order to study the thing you have to assume maintains its identity. If the study of the thing leads you to believe that the identity doesn't exist and it's in flux, then you're not studying the thing. The actual organism itself disappears in their view, yeah. It has no being. The subject of selection shifts. Yeah, there's no subject. So, exactly. There's no subject. That's exactly right. There's no subject. And this is true for the organs, too. Like, at every level you look at this, every fractal of evolution, this problem permeates through the philosophy of it. It's nominalism. It's just Hinduism.
That 100 million years for
big 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate you so much for that one.
Two basic.
They're scared. They can't defend it. It's nonsense, dude. It's all nonsense.
Mutations for a human, about 2 million years for a basic mutation in flies. And by the way, flies remain flies after this mutation. They're still flies. And now you have to look at the Pachycetus claim and say there was a wolf-like animal that turned into a whale in 15 million years, which is extremely short considering the rest of their math. Now, I'm not even including the development of features, which also have to be down.
Yeah, features. Think about this. What we refer to as like the organism schema or the plan, the body plan, that a body needs to operate. It's mereological, it's relational. And to say that a Pachycetus, a deer-like predator that likes shrimp, eventually turned into a whale through some sort of genetic successive changes, is to say the body plan, incidentally, by the way, remember, you gotta remember this. When you debate evolution proponents, you have to keep hammering home that all of these new twists and appendages are incidental. The changes of feature required from a Pachycetus to a whale would require advanced what would you say, like spatial awareness and movement for water versus land. So you need an entire navigation system. Not only that, but the actual things that navigate. So in other words, an airplane has a navigation system embedded in it. That would maybe be the software that takes in and interprets data. And then the function of the airplane requires appendages that do a thing, right? So you have both of those. Both of those things need to exist. But they need to develop incidentally, together, distinct but not separate. Distinct but not separate. Think about this. They're distinct, but they're tied together. Navigation system, orientation systems, incidentally developing by luck, by chance, with the appendage that follows the navigation system. So let's say the navigation system accidentally emerged of how to navigate in water. It's properly interpreting data in the water, but the movements are off. Turning left is actually right. Think of a bicycle. You know those bicycles that they can rearrange to make it so that if you turn right, the wheel goes left, and it's very rare someone is capable of driving it, but it's really funny to watch. Under the evolutionary view, it would be likely a scenario where these things developed totally wrong, right? But there is no wrong, as I've demonstrated with Professor Dave. There's no incorrect development path. There's only an incidentally, crucially important outcome of proper engineering accidentally.
Downstream from some random mutations. Counter current heat exchange system for intra-abdominal testes, ball vertebrae for vertical swimming.
Dude, it's insane. That's why I got into the vestibular system, Degoff. Think of all the engineering that goes into making a submarine viable underwater. Yeah, and it's mimicking, what do? We study animals. We study nature for that. Almost all had to happen incidentally in the whale. Yep, randomly. So proper engineering, really efficient engineering, we actually study accidental engineering for it. Makes a lot of sense.
Tail flukes for efficient power swimming, blubber for temperature insulation, modified mammae for nursing underwater, fetus and breech for underwater labor, special lungs that they're able to breathe in the deep crushing depth.
I mean, like, yeah, we know that.
Yeah, no, listen, no, he's totally, watch Aiden. Watch him avoid this. Watch him avoid this. Listen to the things I list just for the whale. Listen.
Still flies. And now you have to look at the Pakicetus claim and say there was a wolf-like animal that turned into a whale in 15 million years, which is extremely short considering the rest of their math. Now,
you made it in a video game. Yeah, it's exactly what NASA is. People are like, look, I made it in a video game. It made it to Mars in the video game.
I'm not even including the development of features, which also have to be downstream from some random mutations. Counter current heat exchange system for intra-abdominal testes.
Listen to that. A heating system, incidentally, accidentally. Incidentally, accidentally. Heating system.
It's ball vertebrae for vertical swimming.
Ball vertebrae for vertical swimming. Totally different swimming mechanism. Because someone likes shrimp.
Flukes for efficient power swimming, blubber for temperature insulation, modified mammae for nursing underwater, fetus and breech.
Think about that, blubber. How does the deer-like thing make its way into the water and develop blubber? To be in the water, you need the blubber. To need the blubber, you need to be in the water. You have to develop. You can't be in the water without the blubber. You develop the blubber for accidentally before you get in the water. What's the time scale on this?
For underwater labor, special lungs that they're able to breathe in the deep crushing depth.
I mean, like, yeah, we know that there are specialized mechanisms in place for underwater labor, but I'm...
Nope. That's exactly what the point is there, little Aiden. They're not specialized. Aiden, do you hear yourself, Aiden? You just said we know there are specialized. What does that mean? Nope. You don't have specialization in evolution. Stop using that term. Specialized means improvement, revision, correction. That's direction. You don't have direction. You can't say something's specialized if it doesn't have a direction to be specialized. That means it's filtered down to do a thing with optimal efficiency, loss, lack of energy spent, increased production, gains. against losses. What's special? What's specialization in any way, shape, or form of its definition? You little sneaks. Bunch of
We know there's specialization.
A process of concentrating on and becoming sufficient or expert in a particular subject. Could be, that's obviously not the biological term. Particular area where something concentrates or focuses attention. Biology, the adaptation of an organ or part to serve a special function. Serve. Look. Right there, guys. In biology, the adaptation of an organ or part to serve direction. That means there's a proper use of it. Hear that, Professor Dave? Special function, purpose, task, function. It exists to do the thing. They're admitting it, and yet their own processes deny its focus. Their own processes. He just said it.
Yeah, we totally admit and we know there's specialized functions for things like this, underwater birth.
But it accidentally produced that.
In place for underwater labor, but
it accidentally produced hyper-specialized mechanisms and technology, biological technology for underwater labor. Accidentally. And guess what? You need to progressively, under this gradualistic narrative, this fantasy world of gradualism, you need the deer, the wolf-like deer, to gradually like shrimp enough to get into the water. And for no reason at all, develop accidentally all of these aspects of the whale, accidentally develop underwater features for procreation. Does it develop them before it fully goes into the water, or does it somehow survive underwater, find its mates underwater, have sex underwater for the first time in its existence? This is why it violates the nature of things. It violates the law of identity of nature of things. There is this gray area of where a land animal is capable of reproducing underwater effectively with all of the apparatuses for underwater delivery and so forth. Accidentally.
Pretty sure we know very, very little about how whale births actually take place.
You know little about everything.
I don't think we've really done much observing of how whale births even happen.
Cool. We're not talking about how they happen. We're talking about the imaginary process of developing how they happened.
In the natural world, so I don't really know why you're trying to speak so authoritatively about that when the data really isn't there.
Because the question isn't whether or not whales give birth underwater. I think we could assume that whales maybe give birth underwater. Is that fair? Did I see an on-land birthing center in Hawaii that I missed? That's true. Exactly, Wesley. I'm sorry. Did I miss the birthing center?
I don't know why you're speaking so authoritatively on the matter of whales.
I don't know why you're concluding that whales probably have the capability of not only having sex underwater, but giving birth underwater.
Like, we don't know much about it.
And yet this is what's so funny about these freaks. They admit they don't know about birth for the whale. There's mystery about the great white and all sorts of other water creatures in their sex and their birth, right? He admits that. Mystery, it's a mystery. But what's not a mystery is that a deer turned into a freaking whale.
No, we don't even know. I don't know why people are speaking so authoritatively on the birthing and sexual habits of whales. We don't know anything about it. But by the way, a deer turned into a whale. We know that. Definitively, authoritatively.
Bunch of nutcases.
And he's making these huge jumps, right? I mean,
of course he is.
How all these systems evolved. Instead of taking it one step at a time and maybe just looking at how an organism like Pakicetus might have gradually developed webbed feet.
Webbed feet. Okay, so you get a whale from webbed feet? These people are just, they're like children. Well, creationism is so crazy. By the way, the deer had web feet because it liked shrimp. And it was like, damn, I got web feet. What if I go deeper? What if I go deeper? Maybe my kneecaps will breathe for me. Oh, look at these. Oh, look at these shrimp. I'm doing it. Well, let's look at it this way. Maybe the deer developed web feet to start. And maybe that moves it into a completely categorically different thing. It's no longer a deer with web feet. It's something else because of the web feet. And maybe with the accumulation, with enough Pokemon cards, if you hold the hand of the Pokemon cards, collectively it makes up a new thing. And it's arbitrary. Oh, cool. Lucky pick. I got web feet. Lucky pick. The deer turned into a whale because we can imagine it. Absolutely how these people operate. Absolutely. See, the thing is, they are creationists in a sense. In a sense, they have their own origin myths.
Of course. The organisms that had that webbing outcompeted the other parts of the population that didn't have those web feet because they could go faster and get more fish or whatever.
They can get more fish? Excuse me? I like your imagination. So a deer goes into the water, is able to sort out some animals that are there in the low tide, right? And maybe it's able to stomp on them. And now, because they have web feet, they're able to do that. What? Excuse me? Are they swimming first? Are the deer swimming? Excuse me? Well, maybe they learned how to swim with their hooves, and then they developed webbed hooves. And then the webbed hooves made them better at being deer, but simultaneously moving them away from being what they are as they develop really impressive appendages that add to what they are. And so, yeah, the thing is, a category of an animal that gets really good at what it is by what it does also moves away from what it is because it's really good at what it is. So it actually moves consistently away from what it is, even though our argument is that it is what it is because it's good at what it is from natural selection. But natural selection and random mutation actually move it away from what it's really good at and taking on a completely new identity and starting all over. You guys are insane people. You should be locked up. Forget about criminals. Forget about it. I'm so opposed to pure free speech. If you actually took the time to watch Santa's sleigh tracker, you'd see how Santa gets shot down over Chicago. That's really funny. Santa's shot down over Chicago or Baltimore. If only you could imagine my deranged fantasy of a whale-deer hybrid monsters, you'd understand it all. I mean, come on, Jim Bob. You're so ignorant. You're so ignorant. So first they liked shrimp so much they changed out of being a deer. No, they stayed shrimp-loving deer, and now they have web hooves. Now they want fish, not shrimp. Yeah. Yep, it's just like they just keep getting better at being deer, and it forces them to not be deer. They're so good at being deer that they are forced out of being deer. Jim Bob, I heard you once say that Charlie Kirk defended the poison that unalived him, was a fan of his. Can you briefly explain what make you think that? Wait, what? Defended the poison that... Oh, yeah. Well, I think I was referring, Christopher, to just general classical liberalism. That leading up to Charlie Kirk's death is still a dependency and an affirmation of classical liberalism, Enlightenment view of the nation. Liberty above all was still kind of his thing. That's what I explained, is that the results of classical liberalism producing atomization, right? Pure individualism, Ayn Randian sort of reality. You actually break down the fabric of society itself. It's no longer cohesive with a glue system of ethics. And so everyone pursues their own wants and desires, and then what that creates is massive tension, because now you have a war of people's desires, and there's no cohesive ethical glue for managing or moving away from certain desires. Whereas a Christian view would take both an authoritative view in some cases, but also a view that gives you the liberty to fulfill your obligations. But the kind of consequences of a Christian society would be the use of law to institute decency codes. And that's where Charlie Kirk and all of the classical liberals fail, is that they're ultimately going to be defending liberty above obligation.
Shrimp or whatever they're eating. So yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Abe.
I don't know if there's like a proper term for this in debate bro terminology, but I call it hydratic thinking. It's like a hydra.
Oh, so good of you to call it something.
Every single time that somebody brings up a point and you try to cut one of the heads off of that point, they try to bring up two more in order to try and gish gallop you on that, and then two more on that, and then two more on that. And I see Jim Bob do that so frequently when there's actually like open dialogue between him and somebody else. He'll bring up 5 different talking points.
More meta, dude. He's not explaining how a deer becomes a whale. That's what I'm really wanting to know, and yet not a single explanation.
Somebody will try to address one of those Oh, of course, him as well. They'll bring up 5 different talking points. You'll try to address one of those talking points, and in the midst of addressing one of those talking points, they'll bring up 3 more talking points on top of that before you're even able to address any of the
kind of what you're doing right now.
Other talking points.
Now you're bringing up a meta talking point about talking points instead of telling me how a deer becomes a whale.
And rather than being honest and saying, well, you know what, my opponent just didn't have time to get to those talking points, they'll go, well, my opponent just didn't have any answers for those talking points. No,
right.
You just fucking gish galloped them.
Are you going to tell me how a deer becomes a whale, or?
That's all that happened.
So the ocean, we clearly the timeline is going to keep adding. You either need to add time or speed. And by the way, the time narrative, just add time, is over now. That time is over. The evolution proponents used to argue just add more time. They can't do that anymore.
Oh, whatever you say, Hovind. Whatever you say. You know what the funny thing is that Speakeasy in our conversation called Hovind a retard, and it's like this guy literally repackages so many of Hovind's arguments.
What?
Right, and to
that's a genetic fallacy.
You know.
Total genetic fallacy. Talking points are called logical entailments. That's right.
He's basically trying to say that there's no methods for measuring time, and there's just so many multiple methods to do that. And
I'm not talking about methods. We're talking about what needs to happen in time, dude. You guys are not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the methods for measuring time. I'm talking about what you think is happening in the time frame.
That they all correlate one another.
Not a single rebuttal, man.
To a great degree. And he's trying to, like, with the scientific theory stuff, he's just trying to dismiss it out of hand. So he doesn't have to, address it ultimately.
Oh, that's rich from you guys. That's rich.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just completely smear him and not listen and refute anything he's saying, but just assume what he's doing with intent, and then we don't have to talk about anything. There you go. Yeah. Just like that.
So they have to make these turbo events happen so that a wolf can become a whale in the ocean.
And this is, by the way, one of the main reasons why I wanted to talk about diversification post-flood. Because this big, strong point that he's bringing up, oh, you believe in turbo events. No, you're the one that believes in turbo evolution, dude.
No, I don't. I believe in turbo diversification. That does not say that the universal categories change themselves. And guess what? The more we study animals and how rapidly they're capable of adapting to environments, they don't change what they are. It doesn't change what they are. Just because you can observe them capable of doing something that to you seems new, it doesn't change what they are.
Dude, you're the one that believes that over a few thousand years, all the species that could fit on a boat whose specific fucking dimensions were laid out in the book. All those creatures would be capable of fitting on that boat, and the species that made up that boat. By the way, where the hell was the insect terrarium on the Ark? Where the hell was all the freaking
insects? Excuse me. Do you think insects. What do you mean?
Petri dishes.
So he's saying that based on a view that says that a meteor annihilated everything, but we come from an animal that survived a meteor. He's saying that things can't survive a flood. That's really.
It's for all the freaking bacterium. Where the hell was the giant freaking atrium for all the?
It's just amazing.
Plants that aren't capable of surviving.
Why do the insects need to be on the ark? What are you saying, dude?
Surviving in a water-ridden environment for months on end.
What are you saying?
You know, like all of that diversity had to have emerged over just a few thousand years, but we're the ones that believe in turbo evolution. Okay, bro. This is why he doesn't want to talk about this shit. Because his ideas are 1,000 times flimsier than the ones that he says his opponents have. Even the fucking dishonest representation of them are more fucking sturdy.
This guy is so insufferable.
To scrutiny than his ideas are.
And you notice there that he said that a wolf evolved into a whale.
Yeah, he did directly. So right. when we said that, oh, we're just assuming what Mom is like, oh, we're just assuming what he thinks. No, he literally just said that there himself. So let's keep going.
Right? So the question still remains, how does this occur? We're not going to get an answer, right? We're not going to get an answer. We're going to get assertions that it occurred. Now, he's going to keep looking at fossils, right? Because that's his bread and butter. The problem with fossils is there's already a problem with the model because of...
Insect eggs survive floods. Well, this is like the whole idea is like there's nothing that a flood is saying that's more magical than their view when they talk about animals surviving a massive meteor that kills all the dinosaurs in the whole world. It only hit Mexico, but it killed all the dinosaurs that ever existed. But also, we come from the surviving animals that didn't die. Okay?
Of chronological inversions. Chronological inversions, in this case, is when a fossil is found in a timeline that doesn't fit the model. Now, what do? They sweep it under the rug. They just explain it away. Well, that's an anomaly or something like this. So, for example, Tiktaalik, the most venerated fossil...
There's not one example, by the way, of what he's talking about.
What? One example of what? What did I say?
Laid out in the book. All those creatures would be capable of...
What did he say?
When we said that, oh, we're just...
assertions that it occurred. Now, he's going to keep looking at fossils, right? Because that's his bread and butter. The problem with fossils is there's already a problem with the model because of chronological inversions. Chronological inversions, in this case, is when a fossil is found in a timeline that doesn't fit the model. Now, what do? They sweep it under the rug. They just explain it away. Well, that's an anomaly or something like this. So, for example, Tiktaalik, the most venerated fossil...
There's not one example.
Oh, there's not one example of when they find something in the wrong layer? No, there are examples, and they actually name them, and what they do is they invent a new species. So he's going to use a semantic take and say, no, that's actually a new species altogether. Therefore, it's not an example.
By the way, of what
total deception.
He's talking about.
It's such a deception, dude.
Like if there was like if you found a Tiktaalik during the Cambrian explosion or some shit like that, like yeah, okay, that would fucking fundamentally destroy the idea of this idea of fossil dating and the fossil record and
it's not even about dating, dude. It's like they have so many problems with their view. It's like it's not just about dating methods. It's about the event that you call changes. It's about the changes that you think are happening. Dating methods don't give you changes. Looking at a fossil, even if we granted your deep time analysis of dating, a singular fossil or even a collection doesn't give you an event called changes.
Layered dating. Okay, fair enough. But you don't find that anywhere. So what are these examples? He's just saying things and not citing any specific examples.
Of the Church of Evolution was said to have been predicted by the model for when fish started walking out of the water back into land. You got wolves becoming whales and fish becoming deer, okay? But the problem is there's evidence from their own timelines of quadrupedal footprints that predate that. So they think that's some big hurrah moment when their own model predicts showcases.
So again, fish becoming deer. I mean, but what he's talking about is that there were tracks that were discovered, four-legged tracks discovered that date back to 395 million years. Tiktaalik was 386 million years old. So that's still in the range that it is a transition.
Yeah, you still have a mud skipper, bucko. I'm sorry, is a mud skipper, if I froze a mud skipper in a week-long fossilization process in a jar and I buried it, and in how many thousands of years someone dug it up, would you say that is on its way of becoming something it's not? Still waiting for evidence that something becomes not something it's not.
Additional form.
Right.
Nobody's saying that Tiktaalik was...
Look, They also use terms like transitional form. I'm sorry. Can you falsify that? Any of you? Any of you guys? Can you actually tell me how you're going to determine something isn't in a transitional form? Tell me the methodology.
Is the missing link between fish and, say, reptiles or something like that. They say that it fits in the time frame, which 386 does fit within the time frame of 395.
He wanted examples, just so you know, and good, I'll keep them ready next time, right? Cambrian age soft-bodied sea creatures discovered in a much higher, much younger Moroccan rock layers. That's an example. Pollen fossils found in the wrong layers associated with more common plants, right? And you guys call them misplaced fossils. You literally have a name for them. He's like, there's not even a single example. There's not a single example. Of course there are.
So he doesn't even give the dates there, you know.
Reexamination makes a very good point here. He says, I will say, for someone who disagrees with me about predestination, Jim Bob does poison the well in deterministic language. Yeah, of course he does.
What are you talking about, reexamination? Are you still in the chat, you little weasel? You little backbiting little goblin? Where are you? Poison the well? What are you talking about? Where did I poison the well at all? You guys suck, dude. You're in trouble next time, reexamination show. Sucking up to this little freaking nerd? What are you doing?
Because like I pointed out earlier, if he was actually interested in talking ideas, by the way, hey Robin, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well so far. But yeah, if he really was interested in serious intellectual dialogue, he wouldn't be doing that shit that we called out earlier. He wouldn't be having to presuppose all this shit about his opponent. And Mod wouldn't have to be coming to his defense saying that, oh, it's all just for entertainment, because if it really was for entertainment, isn't there like a whole open dialogue section where he can call him out for running him away? Like,
dude, it's called optics. If I could predict what my opponent's going to do, he could do that too in his opener. I bet they don't critique his opener and say, what my opponent's going to do, nar, nar, nar.
If that is indeed going to happen.
Yeah, thirsty little monster. Thirsty little gibbon.
But wouldn't it be better to illustrate that when it happens so that it's not...
No, predicting it has the effect. What is wrong with you people? Predicting what your opponent's going to do and they do it and it's a failure is optically awesome for a debate.
Even deniable? I don't know. Anyways.
Things already were doing that. There was already a quadrupedal thing walking around, right? This is another problem is when you look at fossils, what you'll hear from Tony, which we heard in his opener, are all pointing to similarities in anotypical features, right? That means phenotypically they're similar. But the problem is phenotype doesn't assume similarity in genotype. In fact, there's a whole list of similar...
You know, it'd be funny to see how inconsistent they are. If I go to Tony's opener, you know, I'm already tired of hearing my own voice. Let's actually do a little experiment here. We're going to show, because I don't remember Tony's opener, but let's see if Tony did any prediction about how I'm going to be. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Maybe he didn't, you know? Maybe he didn't. But I'm interested. I want to know. I want to know. I'm interested. I want to know if Tony, in his opener...
Confirmed. It hasn't yet been replicated. It hasn't yet been validated. Current court having equal for today. If you do not expect chronological ordering, since the created geological simple timeline from 4 geological structures that are born from microorganisms up to macroorganisms in about 4 billion years. From there, things really take off, and let's look at that period from 635 million event, the famous. This is the Innominate, this is the bone, and an inline. So the body of observational evidence available to us is give lower history. We can also go to endogenous.
Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson, on November.
Fossil evidence makes it, well, after, even.
Maybe he didn't. That's weak on his part. What can I say? He should have predicted. He should have tried to predict what I was going to do, tactic-wise. It's like blaming a football coach making an accurate prediction for his opponent's move. Nasty little gibbons. Nasty little gibbons. Anyway, let's move on to something else. We've spent enough time. This guy's going to talk about a scientist's view of war. Now, I think this is, even though this guy's not relevant anymore, this is a decently relevant topic because scientism, progress, progressivism, liberty above all, and all of these things, these are topics that get a little bit unstable when it comes to use of force. To watch, put his foot. You guys had no arguments. Look, we gave you guys way too much time, by the way, Aiden. You got nothing. You can't tell me how. Here's a couple things. Here, I'll list them very specifically. What you failed to do. You failed to explain how a deer becomes a whale. You failed to explain or give a criterion for what constitutes a scientific theory and what doesn't. And if you did, whether or not evolution actually passes that test. You failed that. You failed to tell me how genetics, genetic mutation, even the types that you want and need, produces highly specialized systems, even though specialization, under your view, is an incident. It's an incidental thing. So it's an accidental thing, accidental specialization, okay? Those are just three things that you need to defend under the evolutionary view, and neither of you did it. All you did was do meta-critique of who I am and what I'm doing. Not a single steel man on my position. You didn't even try, Aiden, to steel man my position. You didn't even try to be charitable and go, you know what? Let's try to get what he's actually saying here. You know, let's be rigorous, intellectually rigorous, because that's the standard we're holding Jim Bob to. So let's hold ourselves to the same standard. Let's give a steel man. I think Jim Bob's saying is there's a criterion for a scientific theory, and not all things could be a scientific theory. I think that's fair. Okay, step one, that's good. You didn't do things the way I wanted, therefore you're wrong. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. You're quoting me on something I didn't actually say. So now you get banned for life. So mods, it's time. You're exiled. You don't deserve to be here, and you don't deserve my attention or the attention of my chat. You failed. So get out of here. And you, re-examination, you little sneaky little prick, you. Now we deal with you. Can you tell me where I poisoned the well? In a debate re-examination show, it's not poisoning the well to predict what your opponent's going to do. Poisoning the well is attacking the opponent's position, or saying like he believes this because he's a flat earther, or like he's just he sounds like these other guys, and like showing some sort of association that's diminishing of the person. That's not poisoning the well. Predicting the opponent is not a poisoning the well. If it was, if I predicted someone was going to do a good thing, by your logic, that would be poisoning the well. If I said, oh, I predict my opponent's going to come out with some really strong arguments, then I'm going to have to deal with. Oh, poisoning the well, you're making predictions. Fail, yeah. That's what a debate is. You wouldn't debate unless you thought they would fail, dude. That's like saying agreeing to a debate is a bad faith because you think debating them, you have a good chance of winning. Therefore, it's bad faith to debate them because you think they'll fail. What is wrong with you? That's like saying Michael Jordan goes into a game bad faith, assuming all of the mistakes and preparing for the mistakes that is opposition. You guys you're retarded, dude. You're retarded.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
You're not a good thinker, dude. No wonder you're a Calvinist.
Ever since we've recorded...
Dude, that's not even on slow.
...the history of human conduct in what we call civilization and even before, there have been people who didn't get along.
Dumb thinking, man.
On a level where it wasn't simply a matter of...
No, poisoning the well isn't predicting how they can't answer the question. That's like saying it's poisoning the well to say in an interview before a basketball game to say, I don't think they're going to be ready. Their defense is going to be ready for this. That's poisoning the well, right? Telling the audience ahead of time what the opponent's not going to be capable of doing is poisoning the well. No, it's actually a risk to do that, dude. It's a risk to do that. You could be wrong. They could actually adequately do it, making you look stupid if they don't.
Let's talk over it.
Yeah, why wouldn't you predict it? Even optically, telling the audience, predicting what the opponents is gonna do is a win. Yeah. Poisoning the well is, I don't know, Jim Bob doesn't even believe in the moon landing. That's poisoning the well.
For our differences,
it is.
We cannot resolve our differences, so therefore I must kill you. This, as a mode of operation within our species, within civilization itself, is disturbing.
Oh no, Neil Tyson Mustache is disturbed. He spends his entire life telling you that there's no meaning in the universe and you came from a star. He tells you that everything we do is a function of biology and ultimately determined by survival, and yet now he has a problem. Now he has a problem with the behaviors of beasts who are no different than apes, from his view. What's wrong with it, Neil? Oh, I'm really disturbed by it. Thing is...
Let's go way back when it's just fisticuffs. What's the most damage I could do? I can, like, maybe harm one person, possibly kill one person at a time. Now I have a bow and arrow. I'm one person, and I can take out 10 people at a time. Notice this ratio is getting steeper and steeper. I now have a gun. Actually, it's a musket gun initially. I could take you out at 50 yards.
You could, but the thing is, your stats are a little off. Even according to the current FBI stats, Neil Tyson Mustache, fists, surprisingly, account for more death than rifles. Bad breath guy.
I don't even know what you look like, and I can kill you. Then I have...
My mouth looks like a cheese fridge.
Automatic weapons. One person can take out 20 people. You reload, take out another 20.
Think of it like this. Things you could do equals it's bad. Things that could happen could be bad. Things that couldn't happen is better.
A missile. You fire a missile. I can take out hundreds of people.
Ooh.
War continues to, quote, advance? What else can I have? Oh.
Yeah, didn't I form a hypothesis on how the debate... Didn't I do science, dude? Didn't I do science?
Bombs. Yes. Ooh. So now one person can kill thousands. Once you have an airplane, you can fly over someone's head.
Drop it like it's hot.
There's the trench warfare obsolete. Airplanes can go over cities. You drop bombs on people's heads, whether or not they're combatants. So now you just make more and more powerful bombs.
Ooh.
Now the bombs are no longer just explosives, like with gunpowder or anything. It's nukes. Nuclear weapons.
Ooh, nukies. Poisoning the well is a rhetorically based approach to early appeal to the audience and present negative info. Yeah, negative info. Debater. About the debater, not their argument. Predicting the incapability of the argument standing on its own or the opponent being able to defend it.
A birth.
It's just that's just another word for being awesome.
At the end of the Second World War.
Ooh.
Now, one person flying an airplane can kill tens of thousands, even millions. Tens of thousands initially with the atom bomb. These are the fission bombs.
No, he doesn't have a point, ever.
That split uranium and plutonium atoms into lighter atoms, releasing energy in the process.
Ooh, you're so deep.
Those were the two bombs.
You'll find me at every hotel bar.
Bombs over Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
He loves it when people gather around him after an event and he gets to talk to them like in a half circle. He's like, listen. Ooh. Ah.
First and only 2 times nuclear weapons were used in warfare. The bombs over Nagasaki and Hiroshima were like 20 kilotons, something like that. Kilotons. What unit is that? Oh. Huh. We don't have a way to measure the energy of atomic bombs, so you measure it in terms of what the previous...
Bro, that sweater.
Explosive.
This is coming from a guy who has donuts on his shirt. That shirt, bro?
Powers were TNT. TNT's dynamite. Discovered by Alfred Nobel, by the way. Got rich, put in money to create the Nobel Prize. Kilo is 1,000, we all know. Ton is a ton. 1,000 tons of TNT.
Spooky.
Not just one stick of dynamite, thousands of tons. You take that, ignite it.
Oh my gosh, dude. It's all just description. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This guy sucks. Thought there'd be something. Thought it'd be some sort of meat on the bone here. It's just nothing. Things do things. Things make things happen. When you do this, things explode. Oh, dynamite exists. When you stand in the sun, it burns your flesh. Ooh. Yeah, he's done for. He's done for. Oh. You go to the zoo, you hear sounds of animals. Ooh. Ooga booga. Ooh. All right. What else we got here? Oh. And then I poop. Eating makes poop. At least Danny has interesting questions. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, when Danny, Philosophy Danny is like the peak of ideological opposition, you know you're in bad shape as a unit. You know what I mean? It's rough stuff. Ooh. Cotton candy. People don't understand the scientific implications of how cotton candy's made. Ooh. Gives me goosebumps.
Jim Bob, check out the game EVO on the Super Nintendo.
Nice.
You should stream it one day.
That'd be cool.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Oh. Yeah, I'll do that. Spore could be really cool. That'd be sweet. Didn't I send myself something else? Okay. Did I? YouTube, that guy. What an absolute embarrassment, dude. Aiden was. Absolute embarrassment that was, Aiden. You should be ashamed of your existence, honestly. Shame, 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 shame. Shame. All right. This chick, she's been like kicked out of science, I think. She's a really weird chick. 3 physicists say they found the origin of reality.
When you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. That's how Philip Dick summed it up. Sounds simple enough, but it's ridiculously difficult to make sense of in quantum physics. It's somewhat of a problem because we think that quantum physics describes everything. Really?
Has anyone taken her voice, elevated the sound of it, and then paired it with Mean Mr. Mustache footage? Because that needs to happen.
Well, that's the question, right? Because in quantum physics, it can happen that different observers arrive at different conclusions about what is real. And if reality is a matter of opinion, then... It isn't really real. A group of physicists...
Oh, you're getting sneaky on me, aren't you? Don't get sneaky on me. I get you. You can't run from me.
Now say they found the origin of reality in quantum mechanics. And that's really interesting. The trouble with...
Stop shifting around. Making this harder for me.
Quantum mechanics is that it's unclear just what it describes. The central element of...
Those look like menorahs.
Quantum mechanics is the wave function. From the wave function, we calculate probabilities for measurement results. So far, so clear. But what does that mean? Some say the wave function describes... what particles do. Others say no, it just describes what we observe about the particles. If you believe the latter, then quantum mechanics is really a subjective theory. It doesn't tell you what's real, it just tells you what you observe. Physicists believe in the
whole lot of nothing.
The subjectivity of quantum mechanics to different degrees. Some find it appealing because it seems to suggest a link to consciousness. An extreme case is probably Chris Fuchs, who defends an
She just want to say Chris Fuchs.
interpretation called cubism that's basically solipsistic. He says you can't know that anything is real other than yourself. It's the only interpretation that comes with built-in customer support. If you disagree, you're not real. Most physicists, to be fair, just ignore the problem. Shut up and calculate is still very popular. But it isn't that easy, because in the past years, we've seen a number of papers, theorems even, that say that in quantum mechanics, there can be instances in which different observers come to different inconsistent conclusions about...
You physicists!
what really happened. This is extremely confusing because it's a self-contradictory statement. Quantum mechanics is supposed to describe reality, and yet it seems that if we use quantum mechanics, there's no reality that will fit the bill. So what are we even talking about if this...
She's finally getting it. She'll never get... She doesn't get there, though, but she's getting it. She's getting a little bit of it. She's like, what? This is like simulation theory. Like, you can't... The thing you're describing that's a simulation theory is described within a simulation, so you can't tell whether or not your own description of the simulation is adequate or real, because your own theory that you're in it means it's all illusory. This is all old philosophy. It's like resurfaced garbage. This is garbage resurfaces. That's what it does. It's like garbage that you thought sank to the bottom of the water, and then it's just still floating on top and produces that weird foam on the beaches, the good beaches where good people are. Well, quantum physics is the study of physics studies. They're not talking about anything. They're done. They're over. It's over. The study proves reality doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly. The headline. The study that proves reality doesn't exist, that the study exists in it. Yeah. It is. It's satire. Science is now satire. And scientism and this denial of truth, essentially, has rendered a civilization where you think it's satire. I'm someone who's made parody for a living. Satirical cartoons. I don't even need to make them anymore. I just need to be an adequate journalist. I just need to draw something that happened in reality, and you're like, oh, that's a funny joke. How'd you come up with that? And I'm like, no. I'm like, actually, nope, I didn't. Great job making it through most of those, Jim Bob. That was an ordeal. Yeah, well, you got to combat them when they tag you. I could just ignore them the way smart people do. They just ignore these people. But, you know, I've got pride. I've got pride. I didn't think nominalism was this hard to understand. See, another one I got tagged in. Dude, they're after me this week, huh? This is Leo Filius, who, in my debate against him, said, truth doesn't exist, knowledge doesn't exist. Okay, you thought Aiden was going to be painful. You thought Aiden was going to be painful.
Well, hour based on super chats if there's $60 in super chats.
And I do a lot of reviews.
Post to my channel.
False belief and a justified types of knowledge.
That is justified true belief plus a reliable belief for.
It was a 6, 7. Anything, could knowledge be anything other than a category, conceptually a category?
Probably. I'm not sure. I think it really just comes down to the particular approach that one takes in their analysis of knowledge.
Okay, because my I have a syllogism. It would be cool if you engage with it, maybe. So, P1 is categories don't exist under this form of physicalism you're defending, right? They don't exist. They don't have an ontology, right? Premise 2: knowledge is a category. What? Conclusion: knowledge does not exist under physicalism.
Well, under my view, I would say knowledge does not exist. I don't think knowledge is a thing in the world.
Okay. Keep in mind, this is a debate, and the topic of the debate is I think, can physicalism justify knowledge or something like this? I forgot what it was. Two different worldviews, essentially. You should check out Bernardo Kastrup, Monos to Idealist, talking to Jonathan Peugeot. He's getting more and more popular. Yeah, he's the one who argued. He got popularized during the gender troon stuff, right? Okay, so if knowledge doesn't exist, how could you know knowledge is possible under physicalism?
Because it's a concept that we can talk about. Just like I don't think Santa Claus exists, but I think we could talk about whether it's possible if Santa Claus could exist, which I think logically that's possible.
Well, Santa Claus would be a material claim, right?
I mean, if he existed, he would be a material object, yes.
Right, but if knowledge is just because we have a concept of Santa Claus, but the referent itself would be a physical fat man who climbs down creepily and delivers items to children without our consent. So that's why I asked if the status of knowledge under physicalism is non-existent, that it just doesn't exist. I'm not sure when you say no, knowledge is possible under physicalism. When we say possible, are we saying it's possible to exist under physicalism?
When I say that knowledge is possible under physicalism, I'm just saying it is possible for an agent to possess knowledge, even if physicalism is true.
So to possess knowledge is to say knowledge can exist. Knowledge can exist. For someone to possess knowledge, it needs to be able to exist.
That there is no contradiction in physicalism being true in some agent in that physicalist reality having knowledge.
I guess the contradiction I would find, and I'd be interested to see if you could give an alternative, is P, knowledge is concrete, not P, knowledge is not concrete. So I'm not sure under physicalism, what is it you're referring to in the world that's physical when you say knowledge is possible? If I said like some invented abstraction was possible, you said, well, it could be logically possible, metaphysically possible. But under physicalism, we're talking about it has to be physically possible for it to be in existence for physicalism, right? Like, could something exist under physicalism but not hold to what's necessary for you to refer to something as existing? Like can something exist in physicalism that's not physical?
I would say no, because then there would be a non-physical existing thing, which would just seem to entail the falsity of physicalism.
Yeah, so knowledge doesn't exist under physicalism. Right. So if knowledge doesn't, if you admit that knowledge doesn't exist under physicalism, what is it that's possible when you say knowledge is possible under physicalism? What is possible?
Knowledge, so like the concept of knowledge. I think that we can talk about the possibility and impossibility of concepts. I don't think that there has to be some sort of concrete object that's being referred to. Like in mathematics, there might be.
So non-existing things are possible under physicalism. Knowledge is non-existent, and it's possible under physicalism.
Certain operations we say are impossible, or certain evaluations, mathematical evaluations that are impossible. But I at least me, you might have a different view with respect to mathematics, but I'm an anti-realist about mathematics, so I don't think that like math is a thing in the world. It's just this conceptual schema that humans develop. So we can talk about the possibility and impossibility of certain things in mathematics, despite that not referring to anything in the world, so to speak. So I think the concept of possibility and impossibility can apply to concrete things in the world, but I also think it can apply to concepts.
Okay, but under your view, if I swapped categories or knowledge, what is real in the world is the goal. This is going to be my last chat goal. Let's complete it with a hooray, y'all. We got 1 out of 10 of the last chat goal, and then I'm going to look after and send you guys on your way to some other better place on the interwebs. But in the meantime, we'll try to get through this. With concepts, under your physicalist, nominalist view, you'd also say that concepts don't exist, right?
Yeah, concepts are not things in the world.
Okay, so when I asked, in what way is knowledge possible under physicalism, and you say it's possible in the way that concept of knowledge is possible, but then if I asked, how are concepts possible under physicalism, they don't exist, and so now you'd have to answer that. How are concepts possible under physicalism? What are you referring to when you say a concept's possible under physicalism? Right.
Well, I would say a concept is largely going to be some sort of like mental map that an agent forms, and that's probably going to be rooted in the structure of the variety of parts of the brain that are involved in that. I know like the prefrontal cortex is a huge one in like belief formation, and I think maybe goal directedness as well. That might be a different part of the brain, but all of those features that play into us having beliefs, us saying that we know things, those are just patterns across the brain. So I would say that things like knowledge are just going to consist in that. Okay, so concepts, you say, could be possible under physicalism, but they would be identical to sort of mapped out brain patterns and physicality in the brain. I mean, I don't know if I would say identical to. The terminology I would use would be emergent from, and emergence I just take in this context to be that there is some sort of like higher order pattern or structure that results from a variety of lower order parts put together in a particular way that is not itself possessed by any of the individual lower order parts. Think of a puzzle. You get a puzzle of a red barn. The red barn is a picture that requires all of the puzzle pieces to be in a particular
They love agent and they love the word emergent.
order. But if you took one of the individual puzzle pieces, there isn't a picture of a red barn on it. So that picture emerges from the structure of the puzzle pieces. That's sort of the idea.
Okay, so you're saying that concepts themselves wouldn't be identical to matter, but the thing you're referring to when you say concept, the referent is matter.
I mean processes, processes and structures occurring in material, in a material.
Yeah. Processes are, end up being a metaphysics term, and so do patterns. Patterns also don't exist. So this is the problem here: is knowledge under physicalism is a pattern, but a pattern is a concept, and patterns don't exist because concepts don't exist.
Object, namely the brain.
Okay, because you would agree that if you said concept was concrete, that would be a contradiction, right?
Well, I wouldn't. Excuse me, I wouldn't make that claim. I think concepts are abstract.
I know, but to say abstract things are concrete would be a contradiction.
Oh yeah, that would be like saying Mary Bachelor. So
yeah. So like it would just be false. So that would be if a physicalist tried to say concepts are matter themselves, they are matter, you would push back on that.
Oh yeah, I would say I don't know. I would just be like that. I just don't really understand how that would work.
Right. Okay. So and you also,
the sooner we meet this goal, the sooner this ends.
So said that. Do you believe that? Because if I said knowledge doesn't actually exist in a positive ontological way physically under physicalism, but if justified true beliefs then don't exist, because that's what we're defining as knowledge, you're saying...
Yeah, the dude's anomalous. Actually, the title of this video by Leo Filius, which is just like an older debate, he said, I didn't think nominalism was this hard to understand. Well, that's funny, because under nominalism, understanding anything would be illusory, because understanding something would assume that there's some ontology of universals. That under this view, justified true beliefs don't actually exist.
Yeah, they're not things in the world. They're just emergent brain functions.
Oh, you were asking? You weren't just making fun of them? Okay, hold on. What's the difference to the atheist, quote, physical to our feces? Or natural in naturalism to nature? Oh, well, nature wouldn't be... Well, when we say natural, we're usually... In that case, we're talking about the physical world, physicality or concreteness. Nature would be a categorical thing, the nature of something. That would be the difference there. Natural versus nature in the philosophical sense would be different things. Physical, I've never actually seen that other word. Physis. I'll have to wait for someone to use that on me. Physis? You mean physics? Or physis? Physis? It sounds like that German lady we were just watching trying to pronounce feces. This super chat emerged to complete the goal. That's true. Okay, Greek for nature. I wouldn't. I'm not sure. It sounds like they're referring to nature like in the philosophical sense. Like nature, the category of what something is, its nature. What's its nature, as opposed to something physical. Physis?
Emergent from brain functions, and then we have languages.
Those are just
point
words.
of moderation on your screen, Jim Bob. Leo.
Those are just the use of words that refer to different things.
Leo is only showing his forehead, and then half the mega.
Is that change? Is that changed sometimes? No, it's my deal.
I think it's because I was on there.
Jim Bob debates Leo's.
Let's save that for after.
Sorry about that. My cat decided to step on my keyboard and some things happened. So.
Okay, so no, chemical neurons and things that you could isolate
or otherwise are formed.
There's actually a part of this debate that's so brutal when it gets to justified true belief, because he bites the bullet even further in saying that if physicalism is true, physicalism itself is not a justified true belief, because justified true belief, specifically the third necessary component, which is it passes tests and it's consistent with correspondence theory and some level of empiricism or whatever, that process itself doesn't exist. under this view.
And held and recalled through a variety of processes that occur in the brain. And that when we communicate and talk with each other, we call these things, the things that we believe or the things that we know.
Right. And then when we talk, that's also sort of like a downstream from the same, maybe not identical, but same in the sense that the brain is sort of cascading mechanically and causing us to make propositions that we also believe are true. Like when we make an utterance, do you believe that's deterministically caused biologically, neurologically from a physicalist view? Like, is there any intention, I'm asking, is there any intention in physicalism that you're defining?
Oh, yeah. So I'm a compatibilist with respect to ideas of like intention and free stuff. And yeah, none of those things exist. Those things aren't real. They're concepts in our head. If humans
operating in the world. So like when you navigate the world as a person, you actually assume things that don't exist in order to determine whether your beliefs are accurate.
I mean, yeah, I utilize a variety of different concepts when I think about the world and a variety of schemas. I mean, logic, mathematics, all that stuff. And yeah, none of those things exist. Those things aren't real. They're concepts in our head. If humans didn't exist, none of these things would exist.
Okay, so then when you say you're appealing to non-existent things to come to the truth of the matter about the existing things, what is the connection between non-existent things that would lend you the confidence to talk about existing things if your schema is actually non-existent?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there isn't really there couldn't be a connection with something that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist for you to connect to it.
Right. So the mode and activity that you use to come to knowledge about the physical world, you use wholly, admittedly, non-existent things.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. The things that you use, the methods and the avenue that you use, the very criterion and methodology you use under this view to determine what's real and what's not is the appeal to not real things. So you're trusting not real things to come to the conclusions about real things? When would his position be considered bad faith? I think bad faith was more like intent, not even a position. Bad faith would be like an activity, Jess. Like it would be an activity, an action.
Yeah.
Now, it could be sophistic. Now, you could argue like sophism, like being a sophist is intentionally bad faith in a sense, like being absurdist or denying, just accepting contradictions. I don't know, dude. It's like the way he acts in a sense where you're like, okay, he actually is just biting the bullet on everything.
I think everyone does. I'm an nominalist.
But how do you use a non-existent thing?
By thinking about them, at least in this instance.
But how could you think about something that doesn't exist?
It's the same way we think about Santa Claus. Or if I said like flying unicorns or something.
No,
these things don't exist. But we can think about them.
Well, Santa Claus is something, the reason we say Santa Claus doesn't exist is because the thing we're referring to, the referent, we're saying the referent doesn't exist. You're saying the actual category doesn't exist. Like you're actually saying the entirety of categories don't exist. So Santa Claus as a actual person, we say doesn't exist, but the concept of Santa Claus, most people would say the concept of Santa Claus does exist. But you're saying the concept of Santa Claus doesn't even exist.
Yeah, I don't think concepts are...
Yeah, the concept of Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Like things in the world.
Okay, but when you say you don't believe concepts or things in the world, when you say the concept of Santa doesn't exist, what are you referring to when you say the concept of Santa then?
So usually I'm referring to Santa Claus, which would be like...
So the references don't exist. So I can't even deny the thing that I'm denying the existence of. I can't even refer to. But here's a couple of things I'm referring to. It's just wild. I will keep reminding everyone that Leo approached the Q&A at the end. Andrew Dillahunty debate, quoted the Bible about being not, I remember that. He's probably developed a bit since, though, don't you think?
So
maybe.
I mean, really, all I can do, I feel, is just like define Santa Claus in terms of the intentions, ITENSION, not TION, the meanings of terms or the things in virtue of which the term means something. So you might think of a fat man,
okay,
big white beard, wears a
fat man. Yeah, I'm thinking of a fat man, brap hog,
red suit.
I got a brap hog in mind.
Delivers presents to kids on Christmas, flies around in a sleigh, like those kind.
Possible for us to talk right now.
Oh, we have languages that we use.
Languages doesn't exist. Language doesn't exist. It's conceptual.
Language, I mean, it exists in a sense that there are physical symbols and sounds.
Well, a physical symbol doesn't tell you the meaning of the symbol. So I would agree that you could write down something on paper.
This is when he knew he was in trouble.
But the problem with that is you could write two symbols that mean completely different things to different cultures. And so if you say language, I use language, you'd have to concede is a category conceptually that doesn't actually exist in the world. You can't point to a thing.
I mean, even if I granted that, so what? Like, that doesn't stop us from having, like, this debate will continue, even if I said, yeah, you're right. So clearly, it doesn't really matter if these things were not, like, real things out in the world, which I think with language,
he just contradicted himself.
There's a little bit more nuance there. Again, there are physical symbols and sounds that make up languages.
Okay,
but the meanings behind all of our words and language structures and all that doesn't exist. You can't point to, when I point to an object, I'm not pointing.
He just admitted, he will admit in a bit, a debate doesn't exist. So when he says this debate can't happen, the debate doesn't happen. Doesn't exist.
Like this is a beer can, Miller High Life.
That's not
We've got the beer, Miller. I'm sorry. But when I point to this can, I'm not pointing to the meaning of the can. Like, I'm not, that's...
I understand.
Yeah, but meaning isn't a thing out there. It doesn't exist.
But then language is not a thing. But you said it doesn't really matter. But that itself doesn't really matter. The phrase, that also doesn't exist in the world.
Sure.
So when you say it doesn't really matter, is that true, being that you admit that phrase actually doesn't exist?
It's true for me, because I think it doesn't matter, but somebody else might think it does matter. Maybe you think it matters.
Well, no. I'm saying if we were both physicalists, when you say it doesn't really matter, that thing you just referred to as a statement, that actually doesn't exist. So am I supposed to believe you when you say something doesn't matter, being that your standard for things that exist and don't exist, even meaning and language and math, those don't exist. So why should I accept a truth claim from you?
Because you can understand the things that I'm saying and verify whether they're true. I mean, like...
No, they don't exist. Back taxes, thank you so much. Not one goal met. Exactly. We're on task. 4 more 5 minutes, y'all. 4 more 5 minutes.
If I told you that I am having a debate with you right now, you're going to say, well, I don't know if that's true. I'm probably not. You're probably going to be like, well, of course I am.
Well, that can't be true under review. A debate itself doesn't exist as matter in the world, but debates don't exist.
Yeah, you're right. Debates don't exist. Debates
He just said debate, dude. He came to a debate to debate that debates don't exist. Are you guys hearing this? Are you guys hearing this? Yeah, before AIBB gets me. Yeah, seriously.
This doesn't. So this that emerges out of the activity of humans.
So we're not debating.
Well, I mean, of course we're debating.
Wait, no, you can't say debates exist.
We're doing something that doesn't exist.
But we're not debating. Or debates don't exist.
That's a contradiction. Of course we're debating. Of course we're doing something that doesn't exist.
Yes, but we are debating. What are we doing if it's a contradiction? What are you referring to?
I'm referring to the discussion that we're having utilizing a common language that was agreed upon by all participating parties. The thing that when we say the word debate, talk about a debate, that's what we mean.
Participating parties doesn't exist. That's conceptual.
Right, but the debate itself
it's rough, dude.
Your physicalist view you're defending tonight, debates don't exist.
Sure.
They don't exist. So the winner of a debate also doesn't exist. Losers and winners of debates also don't exist.
No, that's all evaluative. Evaluations aren't things in the world.
Evaluative? No, evaluations don't
exist. Things agents do.
I understand, but agent itself.
Even things, this is how crazy this view is. Things, just the word things in the world, that doesn't exist. Things in the world actually don't exist. You can't find a physical thing called an agent.
Yeah, I can.
No, that's a concept.
I see two of them on my screen.
No, that's a concept. What you see are two physical, concrete things, and even that is a concept referring to the reference. So an agent is a conceptual term for an object, right?
These people are just so cooked in their brain. So cooked. All right, it's the last goal, y'all. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 3 left. I just get so mad.
Yeah, and that object is the agent.
Well, no, you can't say that.
The concept just refers to the object. Just like an electron is just a word. Dude. Like we have a concept of an electron. The concept refers to something in the world. There are concepts that don't refer to things in the world.
It's real.
Okay, so it sounds like if it's the case that meaning doesn't exist, and all of the tools that you utilize to come to justify true belief, which also doesn't exist, knowledge doesn't exist. Your view is that all these operations, even debating about whether or not knowledge is possible, the debate of whether or not knowledge is possible also doesn't exist.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so if the debate about whether knowledge is possible doesn't exist, how would you know knowledge is possible from a debate?
Because I can look and see whether or not there are contradictions in the
contradictions
terms.
Contradictions don't exist. Those are conceptual.
Sure, yeah, but I can still use concepts.
No. Using concepts, you're using something that you're denying the existence of. How could you, like if I used a hammer.
Something not existing doesn't mean it can't have meaning.
No. Meaning doesn't exist. What is the crux of his misunderstanding exactly? Like, how do you steelman his position? I don't understand how he accepts his own incoherence. Yeah, it's. I mean, the most charitable approach is he's just like a willful, active sophist. He doesn't care. Meaning, you admitted meaning doesn't exist.
Sure, but that's neither here nor there.
No,
meaning isn't a thing out in the world. You can't point to a meaning in the world. You're right. It doesn't exist. It's still a useful concept.
Usefulness doesn't exist. Usefulness doesn't exist.
Yeah, sure. Usefulness is some sort of normative evaluation, and those things are emergent from the processes of agents. So they're not things in themselves out in the world. You're right. They don't exist. But that doesn't mean we don't use them.
He's a bullet bank. He's a bullet bank.
Yeah, they do.
No, process is a conceptual category for more just some sort of
who's gonna do the deed. One more
state of affairs in the world. They don't exist.
That's what most words are.
Well, words don't exist from your view.
Sure.
Okay.
Words.
So what does exist under physicalism if everything you're utilizing to describe what exists don't exist?
The physical world.
No, that's also a metaphysical claim. The physical world. That's conceptual.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that's a metaphysical claim.
Well, reality out there. Would you agree, Leo Filios, if I said reality, like out there, the word reality is a concept for some notion of the state of affairs that I'm viewing outside, right? It's not identical to it. It's a concept for it.
I mean, I'm not sure if I would agree that it's not identical to it, but I mean,
how could the word reality be identical to the thing you're calling reality?
I would say reality is the external world.
What I'm pointing to is, if what you find real is
so bad,
the result of a process that you
thank you so much,
deny exists, I don't think you have access to what you think is from this view anyway. I know in your experience you do. I'm saying that if you come to a justified true belief about the world, but the methodology you use, everything you use to come to notions about the external world, everything you're using is totally illusory and non-existent, I'm not sure how you have access to what you thought was the physical external world, being that the bridge between it...
My perceptual apparatuses?
Yeah, but
I
that would be conceptual.
It and touch it and hear it?
Well, would you agree that it's not just touching it, it's evaluating the sense data too? It's not just touching.
I think agents do evaluate their sense data.
There's no agents.
Part of how, like our...
Oh, look, Alan comes in. I'm sure he's saying something really smart here. The Kurt guy, the other sophist, says, language allows us to use concepts, don't exist, that have as if existence without those things having measurable to make speaking easier. Just literally say nothing. You guys just literally say nothing. Well, we use things to use things, and it makes things easier. Unbelievable.
Decision making and our goal directedness and all of that. We might see a child drowning, and that might motivate us to act in some way, given some evaluation of how that event that we're seeing makes us feel. But
do you think it's an objectively true statement about the world that agents do things?
Yeah.
Okay. How can it be true that an agent does something in the world if agents, according to your own view, don't exist?
Ooh, that's a rough one right there. Oh, sometimes it's so simple. He agrees. Agents do things. Agents don't exist. Agents don't do things. Are you saying concepts exist? Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying, EBT, that existence, you would know this from your own creed, is composed of material and immaterial, visible and invisible. Of course they have a type of existence.
I think agents do exist.
No, I didn't ask if you think they exist. I'm saying that agent...
No, I'm not caught up on your Catholic doctrine. You guys probably changed that as well.
Itself is a not something that's found as matter.
Burn. Oh, burn.
Matter in the world. Your term of agency... No, matter exists. Your idea of a matter in the world, like we're globular matters, like, right? We're just like sort of like physical masses. You calling us an agent, right?
Are the concepts in the room with us right now? No, they're not. They're not bound in Cartesian planes, bro.
Is a concept. Like the word agent is a concept.
Well, every word's a concept.
Yes,
what it refers to, that might not be. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't.
Right.
When I say agent, I'm referring to real things in the world.
Right. You're saying real things in the world do things.
Yeah.
And you know that because you evaluated them ongoing.
It's rough, dude.
In time, like inductively, right?
Yeah, I see the world.
If concepts don't exist, it would make no sense to say two people are thinking of the same concept. That's right. If concepts don't exist, then asking if concepts exist is affirming something exists, so it's a contradiction to make the question, to posit the question. Questions don't exist. So they are neither here nor there. Well, no. The question is, what's the ontology of the conceptual? And then this is going to point to something outside of materialism, and then, lo and behold, enslaved by truth, your very favorite topic, the tag argument.
And I see things happening.
Okay, to see the world, do you have to use your evaluation?
I mean, not necessarily immediately, no.
Even EBT's trolls makes more sense. Yeah, exactly, dude. Thank you
but
for the raid.
to make a cool
Appreciate
conclusion,
you.
like let's just say like agents do things. Do you agree that to come to the conclusion agents do things? In this case, that's the justified true belief example. To come to the conclusion that agents do things, is it true that you have to appeal to your evaluation of what you call the world to come to that conclusion?
I think so, yeah.
But one thing I'll give Leo, which is very rare when I debate these types of people, he answers questions mostly directly. You see that? That's like, dude, that's a breath of fresh air right there. I just asked a direct question. He said, yeah. Love that. Oh, dude. I would pay my opponents. I would give them like 10% of the super chats if they agreed to answering questions. You got to pay these
evaluations don't exist in the world, right?
Well, the content of my evaluations doesn't. No, there's no like thing that's there that is the evaluation that's an object in the world.
Okay.
Evaluations don't exist. Because it sounds like if evaluations are not physical objects, then under physicalism, evaluations don't exist. So we're in the same, this is crazy, dude.
A justified true belief is the product of an evaluative process. But processes and evaluations actually don't have any positive ontology. I'm not sure what you're saying.
I think processes do.
Do you think a process is a conceptual thing or an actual thing?
Well, I think we have concepts of processes, and at least most of the time, those concepts refer to things in the world.
Oof.
But aren't you using the assumption of the regularity of nature to say there's a process?
Sure.
But isn't that referencing a past, a conception of the past?
Yeah.
The past doesn't exist.
But the conception of the past doesn't exist from your model.
I think it does. I think the past exists. I also think
No, the past doesn't exist under physicalism.
Future exists.
Wait a second.
No, those are two concepts that don't exist. He's in a contradiction.
Hold to a B theory of time.
Okay, we'll get into that.
Time doesn't exist.
And future aren't like objectively real things.
Time doesn't exist. Theories don't exist. I hold to a B theory of time. Theory doesn't exist. Time doesn't exist.
I know.
Past, present, and future don't exist. Space-time and its contents do. And we, based on our position in space-time and our light cones.
It's just so crazy. It's just so nuts, dude. Anyway, he just put that up. I'm surprised because that's pretty old. He says, he actually frames it. Here's a discussion I had with Jim Bob. All right, well, whatever. Leo has always been generally easy to exchange with me anyway. So, I at least appreciate that. So, Leo gets a W. That's what's crazy is that's one of the craziest positions that he's defending, and yet he gets a W. Like one of the worst positions. They do think time is physical. Yeah, they think it's a fabric or something. Yeah. It's not that old. No, it's not that old. It's like a couple months, maybe. A theory doesn't exist. No, it doesn't. No, a theory doesn't exist. He's no Duck. Duck is the worst. Duck is really the worst. Yeah. Anywho. Big Bob. Would you make a distinction between something being real and existing? Yeah, if you said real was material or physical, then yeah. But most of the time, people are referring to real. When we talk to these people, they're actually talking about physical when they say real. Oh, it's not real. That's not real. You go, you mean physical, right? But in the sense, from my view, existing is very, very much real. I just don't reduce real. In my view, I don't say real means physical, because I think, obviously, when I say there's a real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, I'm meaning both and. And that's like, that's why theologies ends up being something that we necessarily push to, because you have to make sense of the relationship between immaterial and material, visible and invisible, heaven, earth, divine, created. That you have to, that there's something that connects them. And there's a participatory element to existence within these these distinctions. But if you don't EBT, become orthodox, then you can't really make sense of it. So, you ever find yourself arguing with people on streams when you are alone? What do you mean? Like, I'm alone, but I'm looking at a stream and arguing with them and they're not talking to me? I mean, I'll yell at people that can't hear me, if that's what you mean. But that doesn't require the internet. I'll just do that at a local coffee shop. I don't care. I'm just looking at them with yelling eyes.
Dreidel, 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 we made them out of clay. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel.
So concepts are real and exist, but not physically, more like an emergent product of the mind. No, I wouldn't say concepts are produced, because we could, from a Christian lens, we can have demonic thoughts or we can have godly thoughts. If we're the source of concepts, then that would make everything nominal again. So you can say like some type of truth can be conceptual, not truth in the sense of the person, uppercase truth, but lowercase propositional truths or universals, mathematical truths, theorems, or whatever. These would be true. They wouldn't be sourced in one mind. So you wouldn't say the theory is true because it's found in the one person's mind who made the theorem. No, he discovered the theorem. That was something discovered. To say that it was created, an emergent product of the mind, is to say a universal thing can be the product of an individual particular human mind. No. That would make knowledge and truth impossible also. So, how do you not know this? It's like, I'm not trying to shame you or anything. It's just that, how are you, honestly, I just want to know, like, how are you asking questions from a Matt Dillahunty perspective right now? I don't understand. No, those are still particulars. 2 or 3 minds don't universalize things like logic. They don't universally, you don't produce universality. This is autonomous epistemology. And I know you like to make fun of the ortho bros and the tag arguments, but the questions you're asking can only be resolved from the tag position. You know? This distinction, there's only 2 options, brah. Autonomous, which you're trying to defend. Oh, we build up truth from 3 or more. 3 or more gathered in his name could just change what the church is, huh? 3 or more gathered and thinking could produce truth. An epiphenomenal event from all of our minds. Nope. No. 3 particular human brains, human minds, don't generate universal truth. They don't generate it from the minds. It's not generated. You discover. You don't generate it. It's like the math for geometry, the math for octaves in music. All of the music, I think it was Beethoven who said God wrote it all. I just wrote it down on paper. I think it was him. Same concept. It wasn't created. It was transposed. Fell for it again, you bastard. I didn't say a dumb thing. Just a weasel. You and your Lion King liturgies, I tell you. Don't you have a fertility god to worship? You can't super chat, but what you can do is bobchats.com. All right. I think we're going to wrap this up. No music today. Thank you for the big 50. Great new song I'm learning. Big Black Car. Really love that. I'm excited to learn it. So, be patient. I already started learning it, but I'm not going to rush the performance. Autonomous epistemology is just made up catchphrase for everything other than your dumb position. Yeah, you're not a serious person. You're not a serious person. Yum, yum, yum. No, Jim Bob, what about the peer review? 2 or more. two or more gathered in its name. Its name. All right, y'all. You guys have a good rest of your day. I'm going to send you over. Was he deaf? See, I'm having trouble believing that as well. My kids are asking about Helen Keller, and I'm like, does this make sense to you? And they're like, no. That's a legit criticism, actually. You aren't a serious person. With you, it is actually very fine criticism, counter. Because this is just as unserious as that response, bro. You just said that, so me saying you're not serious is equal to that, bucko. Where are you sending me? Well, there aren't many choices, so I just picked the first one that was fine. Going live and when? Okay, hold on a second. If Cotel is going live, I can at least change it. Because I just kind of picked whoever, willy-nilly. There it is. CERN? Oh, that's funny. That's a fun deep dive. CERN? Okay. All right. Thanks, great stream. Good. I'm glad you're laughing. I laughed a little bit. It was a little bit of a mire to get through some of these people. Terrible. Aiden, you don't get to debate me ever. How about that? How about that, Aiden? I was thinking, well, it's not about size. Like, people have 100 followers. I'll debate people. I debated Mormons with like 50 followers or whatever. But the way you are, Aiden, you're such a despicable little coward snake that you don't even deserve any more attention from me. How's that? How about that? Thank you, Josiah. Thank you. You're so beneath me. You're beneath us, okay? You're beneath us. It's more than me. MythVision's channel where Richard Carrier supposedly... Oh, that'll be... I'll save it.
Video on MythVision's channel where
Richard
Carrier supposedly debunks...
Oh, really? Richard Carrier has no... his just one debate I watched with him and Andrew. There's no... That's going to be funny. Thank you for that. I'll do that tomorrow. How about? All right. That's it for me. Hang out in the chat over at Cotel if you'd like. For the rest of you, God bless. Aiden, you failed. You and your friend failed. Your video was embarrassing, and you demonstrated once again evolution is a silly position that you can't actually defend. Come back tomorrow, y'all. I'll put up the thumbnail today or later. I will go back and discuss this alleged debunking of Tag from Richard Carrier. One of the lowest, honestly, not even an attack on him as a person. One of the lowest form debaters I've ever seen. Really bad. Low tier. All right. That's it for me. Adios, amigos. God bless you all.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught. All ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught. On it what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.